Everyone, welcome to everyone here that is in the audience and those that are watching to our special regular City Council meeting on Monday, June 3rd at 7 p.m. And those that are watching to our special regular City Council meeting on Monday, June 3rd at 7 p.m. And those that are watching to our special For public participation, there are three ways to submit public comment. Submit written comments by the meeting day. 2, submit written comments during the meeting, and 3, attend the meeting in person. Okay, we call this meeting to order. May we have, we'll all rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni wrote an email stating that she has bronchial pneumonia and will not be participating. Dr. Rod?
Present.
Ms. Perano?
Present.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo?
Present. Thank you very much. As the city clerk mentioned, we have a council member who is unable to participate and is not present today. I know that there are many audiences here to speak on an item, on the resolution on item number 24. But given the fact we do not have a full council, I think it's important for us to have a full council at this point. But with that, I would ask my colleagues on the dais if they support and respect this decision. So we should have a full council. I know right now we have 4 out of 5. And so that's something that I'm bringing forth. Council member or Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I think that we have enough people on the quorum, and we've seen many people from our residents, community members that have came in meeting after meeting, and I feel like if we delay now, it's just going to be people are just already just want to see some sort of action happen, and I feel like we've met the quorum, and I feel like we should move and discuss this item today.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will now ask Councilmember Prano.
Thank you very much.
Thoughts on this?
It was my hope that we all could be here today, understanding that there's so many people that would like us to proceed. Would it be okay if we could discuss, because I understand that, people are the dais, our council members perhaps we have questions or suggestions, and so that we could move forward, at least in discussion. Would that be something we could do?
If I'm hearing correctly, Councilmember Prano, you're saying let's hear the item and discuss it. So then that means we would be discussing the item this evening. Is that where?
And given that I do realize that we are missing one person, it would be my hope that we have taken the time to read up on and listen to and read the letters that we've received, as well as spoken with the community. And I would think that although we're missing one person, which is very sad, perhaps we can move forward, at least in discussion. Is that something we could do?
No. Madam City Attorney, I think I need your, because she's saying like we would listen to this item, but I think in that regards, once it's triggered on the agenda formally, we would be, I mean, it's really the prerogative of the council to make a decision, but I mean, where does that lie in that respect?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It appears that the question on the table is whether or not we wanted to move this for a table. And from what I'm hearing from the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Perano is that you would like to hear the item. And perhaps I think that is where they would like to go, is to hear the item. Even if you were to just take consideration comments, you essentially would be hearing the item. You're not continuing or tabling this item to another date.
Thank you. So I think that provides some clarification, Councilmember Perano, that if we were to hear the item, it's, do you have that clarity?
Well, may I ask a question, please, through the chair?
Go ahead.
May I ask for clarification? If we discuss it, if we could at least discuss it, do we have to come up with a solution at the end of it? Or could we discuss it and at least go through items that might be able to be addressed, and therefore making it more a better resolution at the end? And did we have to, at the end of the discussion, would we have to say, okay, we're going to vote on this and it's over? Or could we move it to be able to speak about it in 2 weeks? I guess that's my question.
So, if I may, I think that we always have the opportunity to discuss items when they are on the agenda. But, you know, what I'm hearing from you, are you saying like there's you're looking at no decision today, but to discuss it? So I think that's what's a little bit confusing. I mean, I just said we don't have a full council today, but I'm also hearing from my colleagues. Because last time we didn't have a full council, but you're saying that you'd like to hear discussion. You want to hear the item, right? Is that what I'm hearing from you, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, pardon me.
And then I would ask Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The last time we discussed this, we heard this item, we heard from the public, we received many comments, but we did not discuss it as a council as to how we should move ahead. And that the mayor's request at the last meeting was that we should have a full council on board. I cannot speak for someone else or surmise what someone else is thinking. And I think having a full council is definitely warranted and not by the vote of 4 on the council. That's number one. Number two, this matter is dynamic and it is fluid. It changes daily for the worst, and we need to take that into consideration as well. Our government, as far as I know, has moved forward to address some of these concerns, but I can bring this up later on. But to make a decision on this matter tonight without a full council, I would at least like to have the opportunity to discuss this matter because we haven't had that yet. I offer kudos to the assigned committee for the resolution as set forth and subsequent draft resolutions that we have received. But yet, we have not discussed it amongst council. And I definitely want to put my input into this as well. So I'm all for, as you requested, Mayor, to have number one, to have a full council before we move on making a decision on this potential or any resolution, just as long as we as council can chime in and give our thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I hear you on that. You're basically saying you want to wait until we have a full council, but what I'm hearing from others and what you also mentioned is that you'd like to have a discussion. So I just want some clarity on that in regards to what you mentioned. Are you on the same lines as council member Praano to hear this item and discuss it and then potentially move it to a next, a continuance after hearing? I mean, obviously, we're discussing this right now, but is that what I'm hearing from you? A discussion this evening and not necessarily having a finite decision?
Absolutely, Mayor. You hit the nail right on the head. And I feel that when we chime in and provide our thoughts about the particular aspects, then the next time we hear this matter, perhaps there may be a change in a possible resolution that is adopted and agreeable so that we all can hear each other.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think that what I am hearing from the collective council is that we will hear the item today, and if we do, I'll move it up from item 24, right after the proclamations, to hear the item, given that there's a lot of folks here in the audience. Knowing that I hear the sentiment from my colleagues that there won't be a final decision and that we will at least hear the item this evening. So for those of you watching, we will be hearing this item. I'll be moving the item all the way onto item number 7. It'll be moved up till then.
Madam Mayor,
And so before presentations, I want to acknowledge that all the community members here that have taken their time and energy to voice their concern, their pain, and those who have been deeply affected. We are going to be hearing the item down the line, but I am here in solidarity as far as finding a resolution to peace and the countless lives of children and families that have been lost. It has been horrific. And so, I want to say very firmly on this dais that I stand with peace and humanity. And this is something that I know is a value of our city of Daly City. And so with that, we'll be moving on to presentations, and the item number 24 will be moved up. So on our first presentation.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, go ahead.
a quick comment, if I may. I'd like to thank you so much for your thoughtfulness in moving this item up. As we can see, we have many folks out in the audience, and if we were to go through the agenda, each item at a time, we'd be here very late. So I completely support you, and I want to say thank you very much for your thoughts on this.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sylvester, for your comment. And so with that, we will go with item number 1, proclamation for Jewish American Heritage Month. And I'm calling on 3 community members, Gabriella Maxman, my friend Jonathan Minitzer, and then also Brent Turner to come up and receive the proclamation. But before I do so, let me read the proclamation out loud. Whereas Jewish Americans have been an important part of the American story and have greatly contributed to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days. And whereas on April 20, 2006, the federal government proclaimed May as Jewish American Heritage Month, stating, as a nation of immigrants, the United States is better and stronger because Jewish people from all over the world have chosen to become American citizens. And since then, the proclamations in support of Jewish American heritage have been made by presidents of the United States annually. And whereas during Jewish American Heritage Month, communities across the United States hold events, lectures, exhibitions, cultural performances, film screenings, and other activities to celebrate Jewish American heritage and to educate the public about Jewish history, traditions, and achievements. And whereas Jewish Americans connect to their Jewish identity in a variety of ways, such as culturally, ethnically, religiously, and by following Jewish ethics and values. And whereas Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse, which is approximately 12 to 15% of Jews in the United States being individuals of color. And whereas in the Bay Area, about 25% of the Bay Area Jewish households include a person of color, and this increases to nearly 40% of households if the head of the household is younger than 35. Whereas Daly City shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community against hatred or bigotry in our city and country. Now, therefore, I, Justin Manalo, mayors and members of the City Council, hereby proclaim May 2024 as Jewish American Heritage Month in Daly City to celebrate Jewish Americans who contributed immeasurably to the fabric of the American history, culture, science, education, and social justice, as well observe this month with solemn remembrance. And
As we gather here to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month, I'm deeply honored to speak on behalf of my family and the Jewish community of Daly City to accept this proclamation. Thank you, Mayor Manalo, for allowing me to be here today. The journey of Jewish people in Daly City and all over San Mateo County is a testament to resilience, survival, and the pursuit of freedom, a narrative that embodies the essence of Jewish American heritage. I was born in Latvia when it was part of the Soviet Empire, a period marked by oppressive regimes and religious persecution. My family's history is steeped in trials of survival. We escaped the pogroms, another word for massacres, set off by the Napoleonic Wars in Lithuania, a harrowing ordeal that forced us to leave our homes and seek refuge in Latvia. My branch of the family tree survived the Riga ghetto and concentration camps of World War II, enduring unimaginable loss, suffering. Yet we emerged with our spirit unbroken. Post-war, like all Jews, we faced another form of oppression, government-sponsored anti-Semitism under the communists in the USSR. It was a regime rooted in Marxist-Leninist rhetoric, a tyranny that sought to crush our identity and beliefs. Soviet Jews fought against this tyranny, but eventually we immigrated to the United States in the late 1980s. Here we embraced democracy and assimilated our communities in the United States, a nation built on principles of freedom, justice, and equality. My family was part of the last migrations from the USSR to the USA, but Jews from Europe and the USSR have been migrating to the United States since before the founding of this country. As American Jews, we have woven our history into the fabric of this great nation. There are countless of Jewish Americans who have influenced our daily lives, from Emma Lazarus, whose poem is etched on the Statue of Liberty, to Sergey Brin and Jan Koum, who allow us to Google and WhatsApp. We Jews stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, not just as a formality, but as a form, as a profound expression of our commitment to the ideals that define America. Democracy, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are not just mere words to us. They're the very foundation within which we have rebuilt our lives. In this spirit, I must address a matter of great concern. The current movement to bring international politics to the diocese of local council is one that is steeped in rhetoric we've fled from, communist and Marxist ideologies that have no place in our democratic society. We know who's funding these movements. We've seen it in the media. Even the New York Times has reported that China, Iran, and Russia are involved. The goal is to divide us, to push us into further turmoil with the November election only months away. And our local communities, this very council, is being caught as pawns in their long-term anti-American game. As a Jewish refugee, my people have seen this time and time again. We were even involved in communist movements in the USSR that painted a rosy picture of what life would look like after the revolution. We quickly found out that we were just being used and were the first ones scapegoated, attacked, and killed when the revolutionaries were in power. The same was true of Jews of Europe, who were more attached to their citizenship than their heritage, and were all marched and taken to death camps. Jewish American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate our contributions to this nation, to honor our past, and to look forward to a future where we continue to thrive as part of the American tapestry. We have so much pain and loss in our past. We have come to the United States not only to rebuild, but to assimilate into a country with shared values. We are pro-peace, pro-love, pro-innovation. We value the lessons of history and stand firm against ideologies that threaten our collective democratic values. Thank you. May we continue to honor and celebrate Jewish American heritage with pride and purpose.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Mincer, and I serve as the Director of External Relations for JCRC Bay Area, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews representing over 50 synagogues and organizations in the region. It is my honor to be here for the second year in a row to join City Council in recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month. As we have previously discussed, the complexity and diversity of Jewish identity is often misunderstood, and these resolutions help educate the public about the amazing contributions of Jewish Americans to our society. Thank you. Now, my call to City Council is to take the next step in supporting our community by organizing a training about Jewish identity and anti-Semitism so local officials and staff can better understand and serve their Jewish constituents. This education is vital because the way anti-Semitism manifests in our society and in government spaces has evolved for over 2,000 years as political actors use Jews as a scapegoat or to justify other government actions. For example, when the Roman Empire adopted Christianity, they blamed Jews for the killing of Jesus, not their actions. In the Middle Ages, as the plague spread, Jews were blamed for the disease. This is actually where the term poisoning the well derives. Fast forward to the 20th century, and without even mentioning the atrocities of Nazi Germany, Jews continue to be a convenient scapegoat. As you heard, when communism is evil, Jews are blamed because of Jewish backgrounds of Trotsky and Marx. Ironically, when capitalism is considered evil, Jews are similarly blamed because of conspiracies about Jews controlling banks and the media. And even right now in American society, we see this. Some on the right blame Jews for undocumented immigration by chanting Jews will not replace us in Charlottesville and invoking Jewish billionaire George Soros as responsible. And when the left discusses the impact of colonialism, they incorrectly and ahistorically condemn the only Jewish country in the world as an evil colonizing power, but are similarly silent on the actions of other nations in the region. Please know that this is not theoretical, but personal for many of us, as you've heard tonight in this room. After surviving the Holocaust, my grandparents were some of the few Jews that remained in Poland. But yet again, as societal forces threatened communist rule in 1968, it was the Jews, it was the Zionists, because leaders knew not to say Jews, that were blamed, seen as disloyal, purged from all levels of society, and forced to leave the country. This brings me back to my original point. While this resolution is an important first step, and I am eternally grateful for the work that this council has done on this, I hope that the City Council will join JCRC to continue their education about Jewish identity, how anti-Semitism manifests, and how their actions, even if seemingly well-intended, can perpetuate hate and traumatize our community. Thank you for your continued support. We look forward to being a partner and resource in the future. Thank you again.
Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council. As a civil rights activist coming from the Jewish community, I just wanted to mention my thanks for the council addressing this issue. And I think it's a solemn moment for all of us. We're all good citizens of the United States, and I hope we come together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have Ned K for item number 1.
Hello. I want to talk about myself for a second and break some myths. So first of all, I'm Israeli and a proud American. I'm also Polish, Moroccan, and German. Not all Jews are white. My grandparents from my dad's side escaped the Holocaust. My grandparents from my mom's side escaped Morocco, all coming back to Israel, fighting anti-Semitism. What I ask you is to know that anti-Semitism never, never goes away. It will always raise its head when allowed. Don't allow it. Do not pass anything that support this anti-Semitism. And you hear it here in this room, and you'll hear it tonight. Keep this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to item number 2, our proclamation. Okay. Okay, this is the last speaker card for item number 1, but Shara Raviv.
I have to admit that I wasn't ready, but I wanted just to say that first, I'm a proud Jew, that I'm a daughter of a Holocaust survivor. I'm a daughter of a Holocaust survivor that will be definitely glad to declaring May. And thank you for declaring that it's May, the Jewish Heritage Month. My parents would have been proud and glad to have. When I moved to California, my mom told me that I'll have a hard time living in California because I can't hide the Judaism. I didn't have this problem when I just moved to Tehran, but recently, the last couple of months, since October 7, I felt like I understood what she suffered when she was in Romania and find out how hard it was to be a Jew in foreign countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to item number 2, the proclamation for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And to receive this, we have from the Myanmar community, Valerie Sibel, and some of the community members from the Myanmar community. Whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a month to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders to American history, society, and culture. And whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977, on March 28, 1979, President Carter issued Presidential Proclamation 4650, proclaiming the week beginning on May 4th, 1979, as Asian, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific American Heritage Week, and on May 1, President Obama issued the Presidential Proclamation 8369 proclaiming May 2009 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders comprise many ethnicities and languages, and their many achievements embody the American experience. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders are leaders in all aspects of American life, government and industry, science and medicine, the arts, armed forces, education, and sports. And whereas AANHPIs are one of the fastest growing ethnic populations in the nation, with more than 20 million Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in the United States, approximately 59,716 Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders live in the city of Daly City, which accounts for 58.2% of the population in the city. And whereas the Daly City community has benefited through the cultural richness, diversity, and generosity of its local Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, with its vast diversity of languages, religions, and cultural traditions that continue to strengthen the fabric of our community today. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Daly City to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of the Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders to American history, society, and culture.
Thank you so much for this proclamations, Madam Mayor and all the city leaders. Please allow me to speak a couple minutes. Once again, good evening, ladies and leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of my community from the city leader of Daly City. When I first landed to the United States 30 years ago, Daly City was my first home in America and the first city that I have ever lived in. I grew up in Daly City and graduated from Daly City Jefferson High School, class of 1998. And the city leader have been very supportive of my community for more than 2 decades. There are many distinguished leaders in Daly City, including Ray Buenaventura, Glenn Sylvester, and David Canepa, who is currently serves as the San Mateo County Board of Supervisor for District 4. I have known them for many years, and yes, they have guided and mentored me throughout this time. I am also proud to acknowledge the current Daly City Mayor, Jocelyn Manalo. We graduated together in 1998, and now my friend is leading our city, and now she is the mayor of Daly City. I am incredibly proud of her. Many of these leaders have constantly supported our community and have always been ready to help whenever we needed them. They have been there to guide us, support us, and of course, lead us. Again, it's my honor to receive this proclamation on behalf of my community, and we will continue to hold hands together, work together, and make difference in our community. And I am confident that the city leader would continue to help, guide, and support us as they have it in the past, now, and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. It's such an honor to have you and your community here with us today accepting the proclamation. It's really beautiful when you invite us to your spring festivals and really share your culture with us. Now you've dated me. It's okay though. I'm proud to be class of '98, Jefferson High School alumni, and really the deep roots that we have here in Daly City. I do remember always walking through the halls of Jefferson, and you've never changed. Never changed at all. You've always been such a light and delight in high school, and really amazing how you've brought forth your leadership in your community, always bringing everyone together. And so it was really, truly an honor to do this evening. Thank you. Now moving on to our next proclamation. This evening, our next proclamation is for National Police Week, May 12 to 18. And we have our Daly City police officers that are here with us this evening. And let me read the proclamation. For those of you that are watching, a lot of these proclamations were in May, but we thought it was very important to continue to do these proclamations to honor all of those that are present today. And so, whereas May 12 to 18 is National Police Week, whereas Americans are served every day by members of its law enforcement community, their tireless sacrifice is an important element of what makes our communities safe and prosperous. And whereas 140 members of the Daly City Police Department, both sworn and non-sworn, perform vital services to all members of our community. Their professional and skilled work provides a safe and inviting environment for those who choose to live, work, and play in Daly City. And whereas law enforcement is a perilous profession, we honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to keep our community safe. We also recognize that the service of all former and retired members of the Daly City Police Department. Whereas the members of the Daly City Police Department perform their duties in an ever-changing environment, whether it is a natural disaster or public health crisis, the Daly City Police Department adapts the situation and its members perform its duties in an exemplary manner. Whereas we thank the Daly City Police Department for performing their duties with dignity and respect. Their bravery and empathetic service acts as an inspiration to our community. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council do hereby proclaim May 12 to 18 as National Police Week in the City of Daly City and commend law enforcement professionals from around the country as well as sworn and non-sworn members of the Daly City Police Department. Yeah. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I know that sometimes it's a very thankless job and you keep our community safe. I want to hand this over to all of you this evening.
You're going up there. Thank you, Council. I'll keep this brief. On behalf of the Daly City Police Department, I would like to thank the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members for this resolution recognizing National Police Week. Your acknowledgement of our dedication and commitment to serving our community with professionalism and empathy is appreciated. Our department operates with a commitment to community and improve our performance and enhance our service to meet the evolving needs of both the profession and our community. We understand the importance of adapting to the changing landscape and exceeding the expectation placed upon us. National Police Week is a time not only to honor the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, but also recognize the bravery and resilience of those to continue to protect and serve our communities. We also acknowledge the invaluable support and sacrifices made by the families who stand firmly behind our officers amid the uncertainties and dangers they face. Moreover, I want to acknowledge the indispensable role our community plays in our collective success. The relationships we build and nurture are pivotal to our effectiveness. It is through collaboration and mutual trust that we can ensure the safety and well-being of all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to proclamation on Water Awareness Month for our Daly City wastewater employees. Please come up. Water Awareness Month, May 2024, whereas water is a precious resource essential for all aspects of life, including human health, ecosystem sustainability, fire protection, agriculture, and economic development. Whereas clean and accessible water is not only crucial for our community's well-being, but also plays a vital role in preserving our natural environment. Whereas sustainable water management practices, including conservation and efficient use of water resources, are necessary to ensure a reliable and adequate water supply for present and future generations. The City of Daly City, through the North County San Mateo County Sanitation District, produces and delivers over 200 million gallons of recycled water to its residents and businesses annually. And whereas raising awareness about water-related issues such as water scarcity, pollution, and the importance of water conservation can inspire individuals, businesses, and organizations to take action towards protecting and preserving our water resources. Whereas educating our community members about the value of water and encouraging responsible water usage can help reduce water waste, lower utility costs, and contribute to a healthier and more sustainable future. Whereas the City of Daly City recognizes the significance of promoting water awareness and fostering a sense of responsibility among its residents, businesses, and institutions to protect and conserve our local water resources. Whereas during Water Awareness Month, the City of Daly City encourages all residents and businesses, schools, and community organizations to actively participate in activities and initiatives that promote water conservation. Now, therefore, I, Justin C. Manalo, Mayor of the City Council of Daly City, hereby proclaim May 2024 as Water Awareness Month in the City of Daly City, and call upon all members to join hands in preserving and protecting our precious water resources and to make a conscious effort to adopt water-saving practices in our daily lives. Got the whole team here. Thank you. These are all the folks that keep our water clean and safe. So.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you very much for the proclamation. We are honored and humbled to receive it. We are very thankful and appreciative of the opportunity that this gives us to spread the message of water awareness, spread the message of our most precious resource, water. And I want to thank the members of your Department of Water and Wastewater Resources that came here tonight. And we remain committed to continuing to serve you and this community and delivering the highest quality water and to protect our environment from pollution. So I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You got me thirsty for some good hetchy water here. So, and our last proclamation, but last but not least proclamation, is for Pride Month, June 2024. And I'd like to ask our Personal Board Commissioner and also the Chief of Staff for Supervisor David Canepa, District 5, Tony Bayuden, to please come up and receive it. And I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Daly City recognizes and proclaims the month of June 2024 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month throughout Daly City. And whereas the City of Daly City observes Pride Month annually with a Progress Pride flag, raising ceremony to honor the history of the LGBTQ+ liberation movement, and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. Whereas throughout history, LGBTQ individuals have faced discrimination, persecution, and violence simply for being who they are. And Pride Month serves as a reminder of the progress we made towards equality and the work that remains to be done. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ plus individuals have had immeasurable impact to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. Whereas the City of Daly City is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ plus people in our diverse community. And whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ plus equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, the City of Daly City calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and to work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences the awareness and provides support and advocacy for Daly City's LGBTQ plus community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, I, Justin C. Manalo, and Mayor of the members of the City Council proclaim June 2024 as Pride Month in the City of Daly City in support of LGBTQ plus community and recognizing all the LGBTQ plus residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make Daly City a vibrant community to which we live, work, and visit. I see your historic Harvey Milk shirt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We thank you. We thank you specifically in support of Pride. And so some of us may ask ourselves, why do we celebrate Pride? Okay, it's one word, it's quite simple, and that word is love. That word is love, L-O-V-E. And what does that mean? That means just walking down the street with your partner. That means just going to dinner with no judgment whatsoever. That's why we celebrate Pride. And that's why it's not just a rainbow, it's not just a parade, but it's you loving yourself and loving others without any judgment. And so I say to everyone here, people of the LGBT community, as well as our supporters, happy Pride. Thank you.
Tony, thank you for all you do for our community here in Daly City, in your hat as Chief of Staff for District 5 Supervisor David Canepa, and all that you do. I do want to invite everyone here on Friday, June 7th. We will be raising the Progress Pride flag at 10 a.m. Outside of City Hall, and everyone is invited. Also, San Mateo County is having their annual Pride event that will be happening with a parade as well as a festival. I'm inviting all our Daly City residents to join me in that parade as we celebrate what Tony had mentioned, Personnel Board Commissioner Tony mentioned, that it's about love and about acceptance. And so hope to see you there, and if you can join us. Thank you. Now moving on to item number 6, the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital improvement program budget preview. I've mentioned earlier, I will be moving item 24. after item 6. So for those of you that have been patiently waiting, just so for transparency and understanding where we are at on the agenda. This is a new format. This is a new format. Nice to see you all.
Good to see you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Dr. Vice Mayor, and council members. Item number 6 is the third and final budget study session. Staff will bring the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital improvement program budget for adoption at the next city council meeting on June 24th. Like the last study session, I am joined tonight by my colleague Amanda Halber, who is just promoted effective today as the Assistant Director of Finance and Administrative Services after an open recruitment. I look forward to continuing to work with Amanda as she helps me run our department. I'm also joined by Directors Cosgrove and Chu, who will present the Capital Improvement Program budget after I present the operating budget.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Before we start with the operating budget, we will review the council identified budget priorities for the fiscal year 2025 budget. As background, in March and April 2023, the City Council identified 9 overarching themes in their initial discussions of budget priorities for fiscal year 2024, which are listed alphabetically in the top slide. Based on survey responses submitted to date, which include feedback from our newest council member, Councilmember Proaño, as well as discussions at the budget study sessions on March 2nd and May 1st, the City Council confirmed that the above 9 overarching themes established in fiscal year 2024 remain the same guiding principles in which city policy, projects, programs, and services will be based upon for fiscal year 2025. While the council has emphasized that the 9 overarching themes are all important, the 5 overarching themes highlighted in the bottom slide were the categories that staff noted all council members expressed interest and support for during the March 2nd budget study session, none of which create an immediate budgetary impact. While quality of life, public safety, and workforce and succession planning came up in a broad sense during the March 2nd budget study session discussion, the council had an in-depth discussion about capital improvements and economic growth, specifically related to developing a master plan for Dolger Senior Center, Westlake Park, and developing a tourism strategy. Regarding tonight's agenda, we will start with the operating budget, including the general fund for each city department, other major city funds, the water and sanitation enterprise funds, and minor city funds. Next on the agenda, we will review the capital improvement program budget. Starting with the operating budget. The citywide budget request for operating revenue is almost $232 million, and the citywide budget request for operating expenditures is just over $227 million. This citywide operating budget request is made up of 4 fund groups. First, the general fund. Next, major city funds, which we will review in some detail. Next, water and sanitation enterprise funds. And lastly, minor city funds. We will start with a review of the general fund. This pie chart shows general fund revenue by type, the largest revenue source being property taxes, making up 41% of the total general fund, followed clockwise by sales taxes, which makes up 23%. Next, in decreasing order, are business license taxes at 5.4%, utility users taxes at 5%, charges and fees at 4.8%, franchise fees at 4.5%, interfund transfers at 4%, revenue from other agencies at 3%, rents and interest at 2.2%, followed by, in the pie chart on the right, licenses and permits at 2% in red, followed clockwise by fines and forfeitures at 2%, other taxes at 1.5%, program fees at 1.3%, and finally miscellaneous revenues at 0.3%. Shown in another way, this list shows the budget amounts for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 for general fund revenue by type. It is the first of 2 revenue slides. Property taxes account for $49 million, or 41%, of the fiscal year 2025 requested budget for the general fund. Sales taxes account for almost $28 million, or 23%, followed by the other categories we reviewed in the pie chart from the prior slide. Here are the other revenue categories. The total general fund revenue request is $119.8 million. This pie chart shows general fund expenditures by type, the largest expenditure category being salaries, making up 45% of the total general fund, followed by benefits, which make up 26%. Next, clockwise in decreasing order, are fixed charges at 12%, services and supplies at 10%, interfund transfers at 4%, other charges at 2%, capital outlay at 0.4%, program costs at 0.2%, and finally, discretionary savings at negative 0.6%. Again, shown in another way, this list shows the budget amounts for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 for general fund expenditures. Salaries account for $57.5 million, or 46% of the fiscal year 2025 requested budget for the general fund. Benefits account for $33 million, or 26%. As we discussed at the May 1st budget study session, salaries are increasing from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025 due to the bargaining unit COLAs, and benefits are decreasing due to savings from paying off the 20-year pension obligation bonds in fiscal year 2024, as well as a decrease in workers' compensation costs across all departments. The next two slides show budgeted general fund expenditures by department in order by size of budget. The police expenditure budget is close to $50 million, or almost 40% of the general fund expenditure budget, and the asterisk means that the totals for those departments include Measure Q program requests. Next, the fire budget is close to $31 million, or 24.5%. Recreation is $12.2 million, or 9.7%. The general fund portion of public works budget is $10.4 million, or 8.3%. The Daly City Public Library budget is $5.6 million, or 4.5%. The Economic and Community Development Department is $5.5 million, or 4.4%. The ECD budget decreases in fiscal year 2025. However, ARPA and some grant funds may be carried forward from fiscal year 2024 into 2025. Lastly, on this slide, finance accounts for $4.2 million, or 3.3%. This slide shows the remaining department budgets. The fiscal year 2025 budget requests and percentages are as shown. The total general fund expenditure request is $125.5 million. This slide and subsequent slides show general fund related revenues and expenditures for each city department in alphabetical order. This slide is for the Office of the City Attorney and includes budget for Measure Q programming. Just to note, if a department title at the top of the slide shows hyphen general fund, as this slide does, that means the department also has expenditures in other non-general funds, while these slides are only showing general fund dollars. The Office of the City Clerk budget, because elections are every 2 years, the fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2025 requests are higher for services and supplies in those years due to election costs. The City Council budget. Other charges for fiscal years 2024 and 25 are budgeted higher than fiscal years 2022 and 2023. Actuals as staff has budgeted for a return to more conferences and meetings. The Office of the City Manager. There have been salary savings in the actuals for the first two fiscal years compared with subsequent budget requests. The Office of the City Treasurer budget. The general fund portion of Economic and Community Development. The general fund portion of Finance and Administrative Services. The general fund portion of Fire, including Measure Q programming. The general fund portion of Human Resources. The general fund portion of the Daly City Public Library, including Measure Q programming. The general fund portion of police, including Measure Q programming. The general fund portion of public works. This is the general fund portion of recreation, including Measure Q programming. Lastly, this slide shows the general fund portion of the non-departmental budget. Most general fund revenues are received within the non-departmental budget, $105 million out of a total general fund revenue of $119.8 million, or almost 88% of the general fund budget. This slide is from the May 1st budget study session. The second to last column, fiscal year 2024 estimated, shows the almost $110,000 deficit anticipated for this fiscal year 2024, which is basically break even. And looking down the fiscal year 2025 request column, the budgeted operating deficit is $3 million. Adding to that the $2.6 million in general fund capital expenditures, the total budgeted deficit is $5.7 million. The general fund is the largest city fund. Next, we'll look at other major city funds. Fund 17 is streets and signals and streetlights, and it is managed by Public Works. The operating transfers in the revenue section is the general fund subsidy for Fund 17. Fund 43 is the Civic Center Fund, and it is managed by the Office of the City Attorney. The revenue comes from rent from city-owned buildings, including Civic Center South, 350 90th Street, and the Child Care Center. Fund 51 is the Motor Vehicles Fund, and it is managed by Public Works. The charges and fees in the revenue section includes internal service charges to pay for the maintenance and replacement of each department's vehicles. The capital outlay in the expenditure section includes purchases of vehicles. Fund 52 is the Central Services Fund, and it is managed by Finance. The fund is used for interoffice and regular mail delivery. Fund 54 is the Building Maintenance Fund, and it is managed by Public Works. The fund is for maintenance, including janitorial services for city facilities. Fund 55 is the Information Services Fund, and it is managed by Finance. The fund is used for citywide IT services. Fund 58 is the Risk Management Fund, and it is managed by the Office of the City Attorney and Human Resources. Part of this fund is for insurance, including cyber insurance, the costs of which have increased significantly in recent years. This concludes other major city funds. Now we'll look at the Water and Sanitation Enterprise Funds. Fund 41 is the Water Fund, and it is managed by the Department of Water and Wastewater Resources. This slide shows budgeted and actual operating expenditures. In the first column, a $513,000 surplus was budgeted for fiscal year 2023. Revenues came in higher than budgeted and expenditures came in lower, resulting in a $4.9 million actual surplus. In fiscal year 2024, a $2.4 million deficit was budgeted, and the Water Fund is expected to end this fiscal year with a $4.8 million surplus. For fiscal year 2025, the budgeted surplus is $4.4 million. Fund 87 is the Sanitation Fund, and it is managed by the Department of Water and Wastewater Resources. In the first column, a $5.4 million deficit was budgeted for fiscal year 2023. Revenues came in higher than budgeted and expenditures came in lower, resulting in a $40,000 actual deficit, basically break even. In fiscal year 2024, a $3.1 million deficit was budgeted, and the Sanitation Fund is expected to end this fiscal year with a $670,000 surplus. For fiscal year 2025, the budgeted deficit is $2.95 million. Now we'll look at minor city funds. Minor city funds are managed by multiple city departments. They account for almost $13.5 million of operating revenue and $3.7 million of expenditures. Again, in summary, this is the same slide we saw earlier, summarizing the operating budget fund groups. Looking at these fund groups in terms of expenditures on the right, the general fund accounts for 55% of total operating budget expenditures. Water and sanitation enterprise funds account for 25%. Major city funds account for 18%, and minor city funds account for 2%. Before moving on to the capital improvement program budget, we can pause here for any questions or discussion related to the operating budget.
Thank you very much. Will now ask my colleagues if there's any questions regarding our operating budget at this time. No? Vice Mayor has no questions. Councilmember Sylvester and Councilmember Proaño, any questions on the operating budget?
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, no questions. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the fiscal year 2025 capital improvement program budget, starting with projects in the water and sanitation enterprise funds. I will turn it over to Director Cosgrove.
Thank you very much, Director Nevin. The first slide that's in front of you is the 5-year CIP expenditure forecast. As has been discussed, this is the fiscal year 2025 that is before you tonight. The sanitation fund, we are requesting $3.4 million for the next fiscal year. For the water fund capital projects, $3.4 million also. And then the next 4 years, what you see is the planning for each of those two funds in capital. Some of that will probably change, and you'll see some projects move, but right now that is our planning document for the next 5 years. For this coming fiscal year, we are requesting to fund 12 projects in the sanitation fund at $3.4 million and 11 projects through the water fund at $3.4 million. These are the specific projects that we're requesting to fund in through the sanitation fund. Some of these are pipeline projects. Some of these are projects to upgrade the water distribution system and the street resurfacing, sanitation mains, I-280 crossing sewer main. Excuse me, this is sewer. Apologize, I said water distribution. These are the sewer main projects. I-280 crossing sewer main improvement, sewer main rehabilitation improvements, other pipeline projects, the SSMP, which is the sewer system management plan, master plan system improvements. Those are also pipeline improvements. And then the other ones, most of the other ones have to do with the treatment plant. We have plant process improvements to improve equipment at the wastewater treatment plant, plant structure improvements to improve many of the concrete structures there at the treatment plant as they age. The air scrubbers, so the odor control system at the treatment plant is a project along with electrical and instrumentation projects at the treatment plant. And then we are also requesting to fund the MRP trash capture project as well. And then the last project you see is the Headworks project at the wastewater treatment plant. On the water side, there are projects to improve the water distribution system and the street resurfacing water mains, the water main improvements. Those are associated with pipeline improvements. And then we have projects to improve at our pump stations and our water treatment facilities. That's the plant improvement project. And we have well rehabilitation projects to improve some of our wells. Approximately 30 to 40% of the drinking water for the city of Daly City is provided through our wells. We have upgrades to our SCADA system on the water side. We have a new well that we're proposing that this council approved at the last fiscal year, and this is to continue that work. It is located at Reservoir 5B. And we also have a couple of projects that have to do with improving water reservoirs, Reservoir 8 interior coatings and Reservoir 3 rehabilitation project. And that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation on this. Do my colleagues have any questions regarding the presentation that Director Cosgrove gave? Seeing none. Councilmember Prano?
I'm here.
No questions?
No.
Okay,
for
thank you very
asking.
much. Moving on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm going to go over the capital program for fiscal year 2025 for all the non-water wastewater projects, so the general capital projects. Starting with the various funding sources for these projects, you can see on this slide here, the total request for fiscal year 2025 is just under $16 million. The various funding sources you can see on this slide. We have general fund contribution to the CIP. That's in the neighborhood of $2.6 million. Grant and developer contributions, that's in the neighborhood of just under $3.5 million. Parkland dedication fee, $650,000. The next three, Measure A, Measure M, and Measure W, these are all traffic and transportation related. Those in the amounts of $3.5 million, about $250,000, and then just over $1 million for Measure W.
If you can please, our staff is providing a presentation. Thank you very much.
The public facilities fees, which are developer impact fees, the request there is $80,000. Also, SB1, which is also a traffic and transportation type funding source, is $2.5 million. And lastly, the solid waste franchise fee, the portion that goes to Muscle Rock, the request there is $1.8 million. This slide shows the 5-year CIP expenditure forecast. And again, these are for non-water wastewater type projects. Similarly, the request is just for fiscal year 2025. The next 4 years, those are subject to change as we get closer to the budget process for those fiscal years. But as you can see, for traffic and transportation type projects, the fiscal year 2025 is about $9.7 million. For facilities, it's about $3.5 million. For Muscle Rock, it's just under $2 million. For parks, it's about $720,000, and then for stormwater, about $150,000, totaling just under $16 million for the fiscal year 2025 request. Going further into the specific projects as it relates to traffic and transportation, you can see the various projects there. We've got several street resurfacing projects as well as slurry seal type projects. In addition to those, we have some ADA barrier removal type projects, as well as we have a streetlight conversion project for RO 460. The total for traffic and transportation type projects is just under $9.7 million. The next slide shows our facility projects. You can see here there's about just under $3.5 million total. Some of the projects here involve some generator replacements, also for ADA facility upgrades. There's also the child care center that's being proposed to be built. We have some deferred maintenance as well as additional funds for Muscle Rock, the transfer station. And then we've got some projects there in terms of our corporation yard, another generator replacement at our streets maintenance facility. And then lastly, War Memorial Community Center, the lighting project upgrade for LED conversion. This slide shows Muscle Rock, parks, and stormwater projects. So for Muscle Rock, it's just under $2 million. And you can see some routine monitoring as well as maintenance type projects at Muscle Rock. We also have the Westlake Park Master Plan and Bayshore Park Rehab for a total of $720,000. And then as it relates to storm drains, we have the Storm Drain Master Plan, 80,000, as well as mobile CCTV storm drain inspection unit, totaling 150,000. All right, that concludes my portion of the presentation for capital projects separate from water wastewater. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Chu, for your capital improvements presentation. I do want to note one item there that was really wonderful to see, that we received a grant for the childcare facility. I think it's so important. We're utilizing some of our city land to actually create affordable childcare in our community. And it's really a necessity that we've seen throughout our community, and even more so during the pandemic, especially with infant care and toddler care. So this is something that I look forward to seeing, and I just wanted to acknowledge that usually you don't see a grant up there, general fund, and then there was a grant. And so, this is very exciting, and we know it's one of our community needs. So thank you. Vice Mayor, any comments?
I just have one quick question about Muscle Rock. In 2027, I saw that there's like a huge jump. It goes like from like 1 point something to like 12 million, and then it goes back down to 1.5. Is there a reason why there's such a huge jump in 2027, or why can't we just kind of have like a maintained, consistent sense of funds? Just curious.
Yes, thank you so much for the question, Vice Mayor. Right now, as most of you know, Muscle Rock, there are additional studies going on in regards to developing a long-term solution to the issue of the upper disposal area as well as the lower disposal area. A lot of this is in regards to us working with California Coastal Commission as well as Regional Water Quality Control Board. We are anticipating that towards the end of 2026, we would have most of the studies completed and have a proposed long-term solution plan to present to Coastal Commission as well as Regional Board. And so that's the anticipated construction cost. It is very rough at this time. And as I mentioned, these numbers are subject to change, but it also depends on the regulatory agencies like Coastal Commission and Regional Board. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sylvester, Councilmember Prano, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And lastly, the next steps for the fiscal year 2025 budget are staff's recommendation of budget adoption at the June 24th council meeting and mid-year budget adjustments next winter. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all the staff and all your hard work on this. I know we're at that time of the year within the budget, and so there's a lot of work to make sure that we create our budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So thank you so much to everyone on this team, and also City Manager Tom Piccolotti.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we will move, I'd like to ask my colleagues, as mentioned earlier, like to move item number 24 to before item number 7. So at this time, I move to approve moving item number 24, a resolution in support of peace and an end to humanitarian crisis in Gaza at this time. So I motioned it. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. May we have roll call, please?
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much. So first and foremost, I want to acknowledge the committee members that have worked on this resolution. Vice Mayor Das Magwawal, Council Member Teresa Praano. I know that this is one of the first assignments that you worked on joining the council. And I know that you all have met several times, and your time and commitment in with this resolution. So I want to acknowledge you both for doing this, and I know it wasn't just one meeting that you all had. And do we have a staff that will be presenting?
I'll present via the memo, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'd like to note for the record, I know that the council has moved this item to 24 above the agenda and would like to hear comments as well as discussion. But because this item is placed on the agenda at the end of the meeting, if the council would like to have further discussion, I would probably request the board continue this and act with a motion to continue to the next council date.
Okay,
That can happen after we hear the item, Madam Mayor.
sure. Thank you for those procedural advice that you provided. Thank you. I think, it's clear with us that there was a discussion among my colleagues in that regard. And at this time, it's at this portion of the agenda. And I think that's what we all discussed, so I appreciate it. So if at this time, let's hear the resolution, or we can go through our speaker cards. But I think this is the first time we're seeing it, hearing it. I think it's important for us to have the resolution.
If I may, Madam Mayor, through the chair, I did attach a memorandum, just giving a little bit of background in the consideration of this resolution. This is for council determination. As noted, back in April 8th of 2024, the City Council, through the mayor, appointed the council committee consisting of Vice Mayor Das McWall and Council Member Perano as an ad hoc committee to evaluate drafting a resolution calling for a ceasefire. The committee met with staff, myself, as well as City Manager Tom Piccolotti, in looking at various resolutions adopted by numerous agencies, as well as discussion points with community members, and looking at drafting their own resolution that comes before the council this evening for consideration and discussion. As evidenced by the public comments and events and the council that is filled with individuals to discuss this project, the council had some concerns within our community and devoted a considerable amount of time to drafting this resolution. Taking this task of crafting the resolution, the ad hoc committee reviewed numerous resolutions and generally focused on supporting peace and the end of the humanitarian crisis, calling for the end to the humanitarian crisis and considering a bilateral ceasefire. The draft resolution is attached to your packet. I did also attach, there was some typographical errors in the draft that was attached to the council member packet, and there was an updated version of a resolution that was provided to the council and can also be made available to the public, including those typographical errors. At this time, I will defer now to the committee who was responsible for putting together a draft resolution for the consideration of the council.
Vice Mayor, and then Teresa, Council Member Teresa Praano.
So we met myself, Teresa Perano, or Councilmember Teresa Perano. We met multiple times with different reiterations, understanding the urgency for a ceasefire resolution. Teresa probably could speak on this more, but we met with multiple parties trying to curtail a policy that represented different points of views and different perspectives to give it a kind of like a holistic perspective on a policy. With that being said, no resolution is a perfect resolution. We can't have like one side or the other, but we try to do our best to address what's going on with the urgency and the genocide that's happening in Gaza.
I think we've been here we have all been here several times, and I really would expect the respect for one another in this room.
We expect it too.
And so this is yelling and screaming. We're trying to have a meeting here. We're at a point where we have a resolution that we are discussing. There has been work that has been done through this. And so I really, really look within each and every one of you as community members to really have the respect and decency right now for one another. And I know we are all here because there is a lot of pain and a lot that has been going on in our world. So at this point in time, in the city of Daly City, let us respect one another, or I will go in recess. Thank you.
Stick to the truth.
I just said please respect one another, and so I will go in recess. No public outbursts. Let's continue on with this meeting. Thank you. Okay.
And so we tried. We met, and I said this is not a perfect resolution, and we have different perspectives, right? As an educator, we all come to the matter of different truths. We all have different certain identities. Thank you for showing my beautiful picture in the front row. I really appreciate it.
Because we see your side, you know. You are not objective.
Okay. Thank you. We will all have our chance to speak, but just given the fact that everybody comes with their different truths, different privileges, different. Can I get through my point, please? If we're trying to get to a certain point about peace, let us speak. I'll give you my respect, and I'll listen to you all. We're gonna probably be here till midnight. And I respect that. But what I don't respect is people taking pictures of me. Probably I'm gonna get doxxed. That's not cool. I have friends that are doxxed, friends that have lost contracts. We're talking about humanity. Humanize us. And we tried. And I said, this is not a perfect resolution. This is not a silver bullet. What we have here in this resolution is not going to end what's going on. But when people say that, what we do here is not going to affect what's going on anywhere in the world, to me, that's BS. We are all taxpayers. Our money is going to different things across the world that is creating genocide across the world. And I'm talking about, did I say? Please.
You're lying. Genocide is not the correct term.
If you understand the history of colonized people,
We know it's
Sorry,
There's been-
sorry, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry.
And so, I don't want to go
Excuse
off.
me.
I have another partner.
I'm just going to have to say it one more time. My colleague is speaking. When you are all up speaking here, we give you the respect as well. So let my colleague speak. We're gonna have other of my colleagues speak as well. This is now our time to deliberate. And so I'm gonna ask one more time, and I know we all don't wanna be here later, but I will call for a recess. We really need to have, we're at a good, I say we're in a good place right now. We're discussing this item, and we have been here many, many times. I really, really hope, we can get through the comments my colleague has, or we're gonna have to take a recess.
Yeah,
Not to say that there is a genocide or
because it's not, even the UN doesn't
not
say
being
that.
offensive to us.
I'll hand it over to Teresa. Teresa, if you would like to go ahead and share any words.
Yes, I would. I would like to speak. You know, as my colleague has mentioned, we have taken the time and to listen. And whereas no resolution is going to be 100% on one side, what we were trying to do was to come up with something that supported the people of Daly City and what they have gone through. As we had discussed, one life or 30,000 lives for the person who loses someone they love, that one death or more, I would say that it's the same, it's painful. And so when we discussed this, what we were trying to do was to show the pain and suffering of a community, of, you know, a country. And so we are not trying to take sides, okay? And what we'd like to do is, if it's okay with you guys, I'd like to read through it and explain what we were thinking. So if I could do that, may I have that opportunity?
Go ahead, Councilmember Prano, and you said you'll be reading it line by line. Is that
Right, and
okay?
I'm sorry if I'm sorry if I cough or if my voice is not clear. If it's not clear, please let me know. So the first is, whereas the city of Daly City acknowledges the suffering of the people of the Middle East and affirms our shared humanity. We're talking about everybody there. The second one, whereas the city of Daly City recognizes the current crisis takes place within a long and complex history and affirms that for a pathway to lasting peace to be developed, the root causes of the crisis will need to be addressed. We all believe that that's true as well on both sides. Whereas all human life is precious, the city of Daly City has a long and proud history of standing on the side of peace, affirming our commitment to speak against injustice and supporting collaborative dialogue. I believe that is correct as well. Whereas, pardon me, the loss of life and displacement of people in Israel and Palestine has directly impacted our community through both our direct connections to friends and loved ones in Israel, Gaza, and our shared suffering in the face of the ongoing crisis and its ripples. I believe that is also correct. Now, pardon me, there's going to be discussion on numbers. What we have here, and again, you need to give us time to discuss. Because of the Brown Act, we can't discuss this all together. So this is the first time. So let me proceed. The United Nations reported more than 35,000 fatalities since the war broke out between Israel and Hamas on October 7th. We did at one point have that separated. We understand that there are some people, and we didn't do it to hurt anybody or to make more one than the other, which is why we connected all, we're saying the fatalities together. It's not, and it's more to say is all fatalities are horrible, okay? But we're not taking it deeper into that. Whereas the city of Daly City condemns the killing of all innocent people during and after October 7th and calls for the release of all hostages. And we do understand there's hostages on both sides. Whereas the city of Daly City recognizes the fear, anxiety, and grief. And that one, I have the old copy, but that, Rose, that would say the grief of, can you read that one for me, please, what you have that was corrected?
Sure. It's added, whereas the city of Daly City recognizes the fear, anxiety, and grief of Israelis, Palestinians, Gazans, and all Daly City residents whose friends and loved ones have perished since October 7th or who have survived with physical and psychological injuries.
Thank you for correcting that, and that was an error. It was not intended to be left out at any point. Whereas millions of lives are at imminent risk from the continued hostilities and due to the lack of food and medical care. And I understand, and I'm reading this, and please let me continue reading this because this will be in discussion at some point, but I'm going to read what we have. Whereas international organizations like Amnesty International, the United Nations, the European Parliament, the World Health Organization, the U.S. Agency for International Development, the International Rescue Committee, the International Court of Justice, and many others have made calls for an end to the hostilities to prevent the further loss of civilian lives, allow entry of humanitarian aid, and comply with international humanitarian law. And on January 26, pardon me, 2024, the International Court of Justice issued a ruling stating that Israel takes all possible measures to, now this is important, to take all possible measures, that's all it's saying, to prevent acts of genocide against Palestinians and to facilitate the entry of much needed humanitarian aid. The ICJ remains deeply concerned about the continuing loss of life and human suffering, and it is committed to promoting a peaceful resolution to the ongoing conflict. Whereas our nation and our leaders are uniquely situated to help end the current violence peacefully. Be it further resolved, pardon me, the city of Daly City condemns the recent rise in anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli, Islamophobic, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian, racist, and xenophobic hatred in our community and across the nation, including efforts to target, harass, and intimidate students, journalists, community leaders, elected officials, and others who have spoken for what they believe in. And be it further resolved, the city of Daly City reaffirms the right to gather and protest peacefully and to do so without fear of intimidation, harassment, or retribution. Be it further resolved that the city of Daly City Council does hereby urge our community to develop and participate in activities that foster tolerance, empathy, education, understanding of the people of all backgrounds and religious faiths, and promote peaceful conflict resolution among all parties. Be it further resolved that the city of Daly City joins other cities in calling for our national government for an immediate and permanent bilateral ceasefire in Gaza, unconditional release of all hostages and civilian prisoners, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, the full restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and negotiate of a permanent, just, pardon me, just solution to the conflict that results in lasting prosperity for all by affirming all parties' right to self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the offices of Representative Kevin Mullen, U.S. Senator LaFonza Butler, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, U.S. President Joe Biden, and U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, urging our leaders to communicate with the leaders of Israel and Gaza to take immediate action to negotiate an end to the violence in Gaza and Israel. What we're trying to accomplish, and this is what's so important to both sides, that we have been listening. And it breaks my heart to hear the pain that everybody's going through. But it is also important to recognize, and we are recognizing, that everyone is suffering, and that we want you to know that we're not going to get anywhere if we nitpick and if we point fingers at each other. It is horrible to witness both sides fighting.
Okay,
That's not what we're trying to do here.
yes, you are.
Okay? And it's so important. So, number one, this is the first time that we on the dais are able to speak about this. We want you guys to understand that we, like all of you, want peace. This is what we're doing. And so at this point, Mayor, Madam Mayor, if we can proceed with discussion amongst ourselves, please, if there's anything that Councilmember Glenn or yourself or Rod would like to discuss, I would hope that the public, and I'm sorry, I'm not there, and I'm sorry I can't look at all of you, but what I can tell you is that we can't keep this up. We can do what we can do here, and then we must work together because we all are a part of Daly City. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Praño, for reading the resolution and also for your work on this alongside Vice Mayor Das Magual. And seeing this resolution that calls for peace and really acknowledges what I would say is a call for the stop of violence and the stop of death. And that's what I see that here. And I see that you all had several iterations on this as far as like continuously. I didn't get to see it, but I know that you guys have met, right? We know that it's been several times. And so I think it was important for you to read out loud exactly what this resolution says. And, you know, the resolution says it's a resolution in support of peace and an end to humanitarian crisis in Gaza. That is what it says, headlining. I echo what you mentioned around really the pain that everyone is feeling, and that is why I think it's so difficult to be in a room because everyone is hurting. And today, right now, as each and every one of you are here, you know, everyone has a free right to free speech, opportunity to say your story, your family story. But today, this resolution is brought forth to a committee, and I push towards a committee so that there can be dialogue amongst council members to bring forth what we have here today. I think they've really tried their best. As mentioned, nothing may be perfect, but they have looked at this through an eyes of humanity and also, I think, echoing what we all want to see as humans, which is having a peaceful world that we all strive for. But no more deaths, right? That's what we all agree with. I believe we do not want to see others, and anyone, whether it's children or families. And that is why this is agendized at this point today. I will, I've spoken, I know Vice Mayor has spoken, Councilmember Praño. Now I will ask Councilmember Sylvester if he has any comments on this resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to reserve some of my comments till after I hear what the folks out in the audience would let us know this evening. I am quite sure that the information that we'll hear from you all, some of which will be redundant. We know that. But at the same time, as I made mention before, the situation is dynamic and it's fluid and it changes. So without going into specific detail, I am going to speak on the language of this resolution. But I have more comments to make, more in-depth comments, but I will speak to the language. There's one part of the resolution that says condemns the killing of all innocents. To me, it doesn't make any difference of whether you're innocent or you've committed something in transgression against someone else. It's the taking of the life that should matter, whether you're innocent or whether you've done something. So that's one problem I have with this resolution. The other problem I have, it says call for the national government for the immediate and permanent bilateral ceasefire in Gaza. Well, in those means, you are asking for specifics to come to a peaceful resolution. If you look at the title of the resolution, it says a resolution in support of peace and an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. You don't ask for specific points to bring about that peace, such as a bilateral ceasefire, such as the release of hostages, such as humanitarian aid. But what you should ask for is that our government continues and takes a part in bringing about the peaceful resolution in Gaza. You don't name specifics because none of us here in this room, and myself, I'm neither a military strategist and neither am I a historian. There is a quote that I've heard, and if you don't read the news, you are uninformed. But if you do read the news, you are misinformed. So where do we go? So I tried to do some more homework, and to include geography. And I see Israel is surrounded by Lebanon, surrounded by Egypt, surrounded by Jordan, and
Syria.
those are just a few. And then as I dug in deeper, I see that terrorist organizations such as Hamas, such as jihadists, such as Al-Qaeda, such as Hezbollah, all surround Israel. But for every point that I can find an opposite point when we're talking about Palestinians, when we're talking about Arabs, there's an equal point. So to understand the past is a way that's going to help you come to a future. But that would probably take centuries, because what I also read is that this turmoil has been going on long before, as much as 2,000 years before Christ. Yes, I will definitely, based upon what I've learned, the amount of lives is very, very important. And if you ask me, I think it's, I had to write it down because I have trouble pronouncing it, disproportionate. I'm not going to doubt that fact. It is disproportionate. But why is that? And you have to think about it. Is it because Hamas is using folks as human shields? I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know. As again, I am not a military strategist. Now, if we want to go down that line, I think my feeling is when you transgress against someone else, in all that I've learned, no one, we are all human beings. No one has yet to condemn what has happened on October 7th. No one. And no, that's not necessary. But at the same time, and I said there's equal sides, when I listen, it also says, well, there's also the aspect of resistance. Okay. So we have to look at both sides. I think if I were to make a change to this resolution, the original resolution dated when we last met is that we demand. We don't demand anything, and that was taken out. What I would change, whereas I would say that our nation continue to continue to assist in the negotiation of peace in Israel and Gaza. And that's it. To apply specifics as to how you're going to go about to obtain that peace, such as a ceasefire, such as humanitarian aid, such as the release of hostages. If I'm not mistaken, our nation did just that 4 to 5 days ago, where they have submitted, and that's why I say this is dynamic and fluid. And that plan that was submitted contained 3 stages. And one of those stages is a ceasefire. Matter of fact, that's in stage 1. The release of hostages and to assist in the humanitarian aid for all. So if I had to look at this resolution, I would not move towards this resolution unless I see some language change. What I see here and what I've seen in the last meeting is a division of our community. As it said in the Bible, those of you who are without sin, let them cast the first stone. Who is willing to do that here in this audience? What I heard earlier today was education. We need to educate ourselves on the different cultures, and that's one of the ways I think is going to bring peace within our community. I care about what's happening thousands of miles away, but my priority is here in Daly City, right now. We need to get along. We have And if you were here earlier, we recognized Jewish heritage. Last month, we recognized Arab American heritage. This month, we recognize Asian American Pacific Islanders heritage. And we also recognize pride. What do all these folks have in common? You're a human being. And if any one of you here were to get cut, you're all going to bleed red. During the Asian American Pacific Islanders proclamation, one person said something, and what they said is, hold hands together. How applicable is that for our community? I would like to see that come to fruition. But to sit, again, I'll reiterate, to sit here and to say, to create a resolution demanding or calling for our government to do certain things, you're not experts, and neither am I. But I will do whatever it takes to build our community here in Daly City and keep it within Daly City, and hopefully we will be a model for others to follow. Thank you. My comment.
Thank you very much for those comments. At this time, seeing no other comments from my colleagues, I will open public comment. And I want to acknowledge everyone's time. And so for this evening, we will provide a 1 minute comment for everyone. And so I'm calling on Lulu to please come up. If there's no Lulu, Yasmini. So I have Lulu, Yasmini, Amanda.
Just Amanda, regular
Okay.
Amanda.
Amanda.
There you go. Thanks, Jocelyn. So what's up with Pam? She's like never here. You guys communicate with her ever? I'm just so curious. I'm here so much. She's never here. Anyways, I've been living in Daly City for the last 5.5 years, and I'm a born and raised San Franciscan, Palestinian American. And I'm here again asking you to, I guess, agendize and vote for a ceasefire resolution. And now you may be worried that this is dividing, but the truth is that this country's been dividing Arabs from everyone since it began. I've been called terrorist my whole life. So this division worry is really trivial. At the end of the day, this is a symbolic gesture that is going to show that you stand for no more dying. I don't know why that's up for debate. Get it together.
Thank you. The next person is Ari. Then
Hello.
Rami.
I'm Yasmini, the first one you
Yasmini?
called.
Okay.
Hi. So I'm here to talk about how I've been watching or history of politics my entire life, and I'm well versed in American government, et cetera. And now I'm watching us unravel because I'm watching a game well played by a foreign government who has control over our government. And is playing this game of poker really well, and while we're just sitting around debating, and they obviously own what we are doing. They own us at this point. So we need to take back American power and let them know who's running the show here, and we need to stop them from killing children of all these people who are standing here, their relatives, their families, and we need to stand for ceasefire now.
Thank you. Ari.
Hello, Council. We are all here again, exhausted, so urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution. We are your actual constituents, and we need you to stand with us and with humanity. This is not a conflict. This is not a war. This is a genocide. This is a crisis. I don't know how many times I have to say it, but how loud do we have to scream to be heard? How many tears do we have to shed to be seen? But we are asking you to please stand up with us and stand with humanity and stand with the people of Gaza. And thank you. Oh, just kidding. I have more time. Just please pass the resolution today and with no amendments. And thank you.
Thank you. Rami.
Hello, City Council. Here in America and many other countries, many kids are celebrating their last day of school or celebrating summer break. All these kids are extremely happy and have nothing to worry about. But then we go to Gaza, where kids have not been in school since the war has started. They can't do school because they would be sitting ducks against the bombs. What's supposed to be the last day of school for kids in Gaza is just another day to survive. Please vote for a bilateral ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamza. And then Nash.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to talk. I think there's not much that I could say that we don't already all know, about what's going on in Gaza. But I think the real reason we're here is for peace. I think both sides deserve peace. And in the past 200 or so days, there have been about 30,000 Palestinian civilians killed, the majority of which children and women. And not only them, but also on the Israeli side, Israeli citizens constantly living in fear because of the war. If we truly care about peace, then this resolution is not only for the Palestinian side, but for Israel as well. So we hope that you will stand with peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nash. After Nash, Musa.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us for this opportunity. It has been more than 200 days of killing innocent civilians, children, women, elderly, and cutting off electricity, water, food. It is enough to call for ceasefire. How much more bloodshed is needed before we all call for ceasefire? It is time to fulfill your duty as community leaders and demand an immediate end for killing. Stand up now and be the voice of peace. After killing 1,000 of children, there is no excuse here. There is not a gray area here. Let's keep the world safe and call for ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Musa, Tariq. Hanok.
Yeah.
Raviv.
It's me.
Oh, I think first. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
It's all in the back. Okay. Hi, I'm Musa with CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. On Sunday, May 26th, Israel bombed a safe zone with tents sheltering displaced Palestinian families in Rafah, burning and killing over 45 civilians. That Monday, they killed another 21 Gazans in tents. U.S.-provided bombs were dropped on refugees in tents, burning them alive. I saw a video of a father lifting his beheaded, charred child from the rubble. His name was Ahmed al-Najjar, and he was only 1.5 years old. This is Israel's response to the International Court of Justice ordering it to end its offensive in Rafah. Israel bombed Rafah over 60 times in 48 hours. Over 45,000 have been killed in Gaza, the majority of which are women and children. Hundreds more are dying every day. A majority of Israelis support a hostage deal over a Rafah invasion, and a majority of Americans disapprove of Israel's actions in Gaza. Do the bare minimum that your community asks of you, condemn the senseless killing of innocent civilians and call for a ceasefire now, not later. You've had enough time to decide. 7 months too late. Thank you.
Council members, I wrote my speech today in a simple kind of modifying it after I heard what the council member Glenn Sylvester says. He's right. This should be only resolution as generic as possible. Calling for a peace, that's a nice resolution. Calling for a peace in Gaza, I would call a peace in also northern Israel, because there's no peace over there. I don't know if you heard, there are like fires from drones that coming out of Lebanon. There are missiles that coming from the West Bank on Israeli places. So we call for a peace. We call for a peace in Israel. We call for a peace in Daly City. We call for a peace worldwide. That's what the council should do. Only call for a peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Winberger,
okay,
representing Hostage Yarden Bibas.
It's okay, Jocelyn. Weinberger.
Oh,
Thank you.
Weinberger.
We know each other.
Weinberger, yeah.
My sincere hope had been that the council simply would not deal with this, and I've told that to each of you at different times through different modes of communication. There are different levels of government. They're tasked with different responsibilities. Foreign policy, international policy is not one of them. I still hope that you'll follow the leads of Foster City, San Bruno, San Mateo, and others that have simply decided it's not part of what they are tasked to do. So that would be my hope. If there is going to be a resolution, then I'm going to read from the current one some factual misunderstandings. In the fourth whereas, you've referenced Palestine. At this moment in time, there is no Palestine. You do reference Gaza, but there is no entity with defined borders, a defined capital recognized by the world. That is incorrect. In the sixth whereas, you do not mention unconditional release, though you do mention that later on. There are others, but I see my time is running out. I'd be happy to provide you with these. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Hiba.
Assalamu alaikum. My people have suffered in the most unfathomable ways. Why am I still showing up 3 months from our first appearance? I actually live in Daly City, and Jocelyn, you know this because we talked about me growing up here. A lot of the people in the front few rows don't live here, and you guys know that. And Glenn, if you really cared about your community, I was the one who accepted the proclamation for Arab American Heritage Month the same day. I requested to meet with you. You told me to go through the city clerk. I requested 3 times. Why was JCRC able to meet with you? Where was my meeting? When have you ever seen this many AAPI in this space? It's because my community does not feel like the space belongs to us. And you are maintaining a system of white supremacy by the continuous tabling of this resolution. It's disgusting. 15,000 dead children. This is not debatable. 15,000. There are 1,400 students that go to Westmore High School. That is 10 Westmore High Schools. Be disgusted. Shame.
Amina.
This is what you called for.
Well, good morning, Glenn. You decided to wake up today for this meeting. We've been showing up for 3 months, telling you the same thing over and over again, and the only thing that's changed is that there are more Palestinians who have been murdered. I don't know what more we need to tell you, but a ceasefire is peace. Since when do we categorize the oppressor and the oppressed on the same level? I don't understand what you're talking about. You just want us to all hold hands? You want me to hold hands with the person who's killing and murdering my family? The people who are saying Palestinians don't exist? We exist and we're all here. We call for a ceasefire now.
Thank you. Next, we have Janelle from Gabriela, Daly City.
Hello, council members. Gabriela Daly City is back again after 3 weeks. Since then, there have been multiple tent massacres in Block 2371 in Rafah, where Palestinian families, including children, seeked refuge after being told that it is a safe zone, only to have been beheaded and burned alive. There have been accounts of mothers who returned to their tents and saw their families reduced in the form of ashes. As we end the school year, we acknowledge the thousands of students who did not get to graduate due to mass murder, destruction of all schools in Gaza, and displacement. How many more massacres will it take for Daly City to have a discussion and take a stance for peace and humanity? Filipino women stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and their struggle for liberation. We call on you to act with urgency, stand against genocide, stand for humanity. Vote yes on a ceasefire resolution in Gaza now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nabil. And then after, Nicole Han.
Good evening, and thank you for having us tonight. I guess want to say we all know what's going on in Gaza right now, and we all know how many kids has been killed since 7 months ago. We need to take more time. You guys need to think about it. You guys all have kids. You guys all have family. Before you think about anything else, just think about family. Think about your kids. If you have kids, do you want your kids to be dead or killed in front of you? So tonight is the night that you take the right decision and take the right word and call for ceasefire. We appreciate you guys and thank you very much.
Thank you. Nicole Han.
Good evening. As a concerned member of the community, please have the courage to call for a ceasefire. My clients with family in occupied Palestine are sharing deeply disheartening experiences with me. They are hearing firsthand recounts, not a fabricated tale spun up by Fox News. I'm striving to support our community, but I'm at a loss. I'm suffocating under the weight of endless propaganda. Your stance on this matter reflects your humanity. Opposition to a ceasefire comes across as deeply alarming. What I hear is, don't protect life because it's out of your purview. Don't protect life because I will be unsafe. Does that add up to you? Because all I hear is your life matters more than the brown children getting burnt alive in designated safe zones. Mayor and council members, this is where our division becomes apparent, revealing our moral differences. As someone guided by my conscience, I'm here to denounce the ongoing genocide, and I urge our city leaders to do the same.
Thank you, thank you. Russ?
Hi, my name is Russ. I was born at Seton Hospital. I got my driver's license at the DMV right over there. And yeah, I just want to say delaying the ceasefire resolution vote for one city council member who's expressed she will not vote for this resolution numerous times in a room full of your constituents for a second time is very disrespectful to everyone's time. Calling out council member Sylvester, if you were actually invested in hearing feedback on this resolution, you would have answered the email request for meeting things Daly City residents have been asking you for the past 3 weeks. So talking about wanting more dialogue is not very convincing. Ceasefire because U.S.-made bombs shouldn't drop on kids. Hostages returned on both sides because that's a necessary condition. The free flow of humanitarian aid because Israel has drastically limited food and water for 7 months. There's only been famine and dirty water. You can discuss and vote with 4 council members. You know where your absent colleague stands. She's expressed it numerous times. Vote on this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Delaney.
My name is Delaney, and I'm a longtime Daly City resident. I'm calling on the council to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. We are your Daly City community. We are Palestinian, Arab, AAPI, Black, Latinx, white. We come from many different backgrounds and walks of life. We have been here. We have been calling on you to join us in voting for peace. We have had to witness every day Gazans being killed in safe zones, humanitarian aid being blocked, countless images of children massacred. We trust people with leadership because we want them to act, to be leaders, to be human beings. Call this resolution to a vote and vote yes on the ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Umaya.
Hello. You mentioned the ICJ ruling, or that they're going to most likely rule that Israel is committing a genocide. What that means is this is not a war against Hamas. An ICJ ruling that Israel is committing genocide means Israel is attacking humans. They're not attacking Hamas. They're not attacking military targets. They're strictly targeting humans. As a matter of fact, some lawyers and some analysts have said it's safer for Hamas to keep away from civilians because the most dangerous place to be in Gaza is in a tent where humans are living. Safe zones, because that's where Israel is strictly bombing. This is undeniable. Every news report, every agency, every human rights analyst and lawyer has been studying this and have reported on this. Almost a dozen countries have entered the ICJ ruling to support it, that Israel is committing genocide. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Priscilla.
Hi, I'm a resident of Daly City and I worked in human rights for 7 years. I'm asking this council to uphold international law, which is something that every governing body across the world should be able to do. Human rights should not be controversial because a human rights approach holds that all humans deserve food, shelter, water, and life. And states must guarantee these minimums, even in the context of hostilities. States cannot knowingly drop bombs on dense civilian areas, hospitals, schools. They cannot obstruct humanitarian aid or prevent people from accessing all the minimums needed to sustain life. To quote from the ceasefire resolution itself, whereas all human life is precious, please pass this resolution without amendment.
Thank you. Kay, please come up.
Council members, there are 2 sides regarding this issue that you can choose from. You are either comfortable with dismissing a genocide or uncomfortable enough to be verbally and publicly against it with your chest. One thing I hope that you would take note of is that we wouldn't have such a large gathering, a large sum of people repeatedly coming to you to ask you to implement this resolution if it wasn't urgent. Delaying this once again would be disappointing to the vast number of people behind me who are done waiting. We're telling you what we need from you. Once again, while there is this imagined capacity for discussion and postponing and what looks like to be procrastinating, there is no time for the people who are actively being killed in Gaza. If you truly cared about peace, you wouldn't drag this on anymore. No amendments, no postponing, no discussion. Please vote today. Today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rika?
Hello. I don't know what I can say to convince you to vote on this resolution affirmatively at this point, because it's just beyond me that it's taken this long. So I'm just going to talk about Yazan Mejdi Yaqub, who was 14 years old when he was killed by occupation forces in Nablus. I have a 14-year-old son. Thank God he's home, healthy, happy. I would want someone from across the world to speak up on his behalf if he were living under these conditions. It's beyond time to pass this resolution. No more kids dying. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy? Marcy?
Hi, we're here today to ask you to pass a ceasefire resolution. Your community has been coming here for months. These people in the first few rows, they've probably never been to Daly City before in their life before they started seeing it pop up on social media. You know who your community is. And for you to come up here and say and quote like your religious passages, but not stand for a ceasefire resolution, I don't know what religion could have you questioning a call for peace and humanity. There's children out there getting killed. I saw a beheaded 1.5-year-old. And I'll happily email you that photo. I don't want to post it right now. And I don't like this lady interrupting me. So she needs to be kicked out because that's rude. And she interrupted him several times and the lady on Zoom. That is unacceptable. I don't know what kind of city council meeting you're running where you allow people to interrupt speakers and yourselves. And you need to pass a ceasefire resolution tonight. These people have been coming for months. Your community members.
Thank you. Please respect the speakers. Yeah, please respect the speakers. Thank you. Hyatt. Hyatt.
Hi. Sorry. Good evening, Councilman. I want to express how tired I've been of standing by and watching my country be complicit in such inhumane actions. We've heard many times today that this is an international overseas issue when some people in our community have lost their entire families back home. But more importantly, our government is funding this war. So, no, this is not an international overseas issue, it's a community issue. And Councilman Sylvester, you were right. None of us are military strategists, but we are human, and we can see that an immediate ceasefire is necessary to end the suffering and death of women, children, homes, and land. A continuation of war will only cause more hurt and more deaths. History repeats itself, but it seems that we've learned nothing. A diplomatic solution and peace are the only option, so why has it been so difficult for you to call for a ceasefire? This is past overdue. This is genocide. I urge you to vote on this today. Call for a ceasefire.
Thank you. Elliot Hellman.
Hi, I congratulate this body for having the human concern and moral integrity to put this ceasefire resolution forward, and I urge you to have the courage and respect for our time to approve of it tonight. but I want to speak as a Jew who is proud to voice my support for a free Palestine and in support of this resolution. I want you to remember that in 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, there were white people, those who possess a privileged position in the US, who claimed that the statement Black Lives Matter was anti-white. It made them uncomfortable. It made them uncomfortable because it threatened the status quo that maintained their position of dominance. Similarly, to those who say that support for Palestine and calling for an end to genocide somehow jeopardizes their safety, I say check your privilege. None of
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Albie?
Did you say Abby?
ALBY. Okay.
Okay. Hello, as a Daly City resident and as a human
Excuse
being.
me, please stop yelling at the speakers. It's common courtesy. I'm really being very clear here. Thank you.
So, as a Daly City resident and as a human being, I am urging you to please vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. There should not be any hesitation when it comes to being against the killing of civilians. There is no gray area. This is black and white. What is happening in Gaza is not isolated. All of this is interconnected. The U.S. sends billions of dollars to fund the killing of Palestinian children, men, and women. The bombs dropping in Gaza and Rafah are from our money. We are supposed to stand together as a community because, as I have heard in the past, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. We as a community should never let our people fight alone ever. We have to be united in this fight against genocide. We are stronger when we come together. Voting yes on the ceasefire resolution is the first step of many steps in this fight. We want peace and justice, and as council members and then just in general as human beings, you should want that too. Voting yes on the resolution does not mean you are anti-Semitic.
Thank you. Jay? J-A-Y. Okay.
Hi, council members. I was born in San Francisco, grew up in Daly City, went to Panorama School in Southern Hills, went to Lippman Intermediate. I would have gone to Jefferson High School, but my parents sent me to Reardon. And I'm currently a school teacher in Daly City. I will say to you, you have all the information you need to vote for a ceasefire resolution immediately. But in case you're missing something, I have a little information for you. As of June 2, 36,439 people were killed, more than 15,000 people. More than 82,000 people were killed, were injured, sorry. Let's see, more than half of Gaza's homes have been destroyed or damaged, 80% of commercial facilities. You can research this yourself if you want information. The Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs in Jerusalem, a conservative Israeli think tank took a survey.
Thank you. Thank you.
51% of American Jews support Biden's withholding arms shipments to Israel.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, sir.
Jews called it a genocide.
Cam? Oh, that for the J? Yeah. Oh, we only have, it just says J-A-Y. Is that, are you also J? Yeah, I'm also J. Oh, okay. Cam? Cam? K-A-M. I'm just gonna spell it all out. K-A-M.
Good evening, City Council. We came to you on March 10th begging this council to pass a resolution that calls for peace and humanity. The city crafted an excellent statement that should be voted on this evening and passed without amendments. Glenn, I'm deeply saddened by how you've been so bold to intellectualize our suffering as a community, even going as far as expressing that tonight would be redundant for you. Until my final days on this earth, I will tell everyone I know, every person I encounter, that Palestinian children are deserving of safety and that Palestinians are deserving of dignity. It's been 8 months since the siege began, and you still want to discuss things. I find that to be cowardly. As an ex-cop, you took a pledge to uphold the safety of our community, and today you sit here and have the audacity to intellectualize and pick apart the validity of our community's suffering. I ask you to listen to your constituents here in Daly City. They're asking you to stand up for truth.
Thank you. Jay Cat, Jaykatt. It's on, yeah. Oh.
Hello, there we go. Okay, here's a definition according to the Oxford English Dictionary. Genocide is defined as the deliberate killing of large number of people from a particular ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Do the math. The apartheid state of Israel has had a 76-year-long persecution of the Palestinians. These people don't care about peace. They don't care about humanity. For those keeping score, since the last time we were here, Israeli leaders have been issued ICC arrest warrants for war crimes, and Israel is still being investigated for genocide by the ICJ. All from the most moral army in the world. Yet less than a week after the warrants, they committed another war crime by bombing the Rafah refugee camp, the supposed safe zone, killing more than 50 and injuring 250.
Thank you. Thank you. Noor.
There's also a reporting online, just so you guys know.
My name is Noor. Imagine these your kids or your grandkids. So I'm gonna talk about Sana. She's murdered on December 4, 2023, along with family member. Batu's father recalled hearing her whimper from under the rubble before quickly saving her. She was lifeless, but recovered with Allah will. Batul and her family resheltered, but were tragically attacked another time with the Israeli missiles, a second time killing Batul alongside the rest of the family. And I'm gonna talk about Lena. She was also a happy child. Also, she was murdered with her uniform. She was tragically killed by Israeli airstrike with her brother and mother in Gaza.
Thank you. Rawan. Rawan.
Rawan.
Hello, my name is Rowan. I didn't have anything planned to say. I just came back from a full day of work, and I find it very rude that we had to wait until this late at night to begin speaking with everyone. It is a Monday morning, and it is a Monday night, and all of us have work and school and everything, so I just find it very shocking how the lack of urgency in this council, especially in the lack of council members here to vote with us. I think it just says a lot to your community. And as fellow people of color, you understand the impact that white supremacy and colonialism have caused to your people and your ancestors and your communities. And I just want you to think about your people and everyone back home and just know that Palestinians would support them. just as much as we hope you would support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Rami, R-A-M-I.
What's the name again?
R-A-M-I. Rami?
It's cute. So, Glenn, you made a very valid point earlier in your Islamophobic comment. A lot of this is redundant. We've been showing up for months. Everyone has been deliberated and deliberating for months. The only new info we can grant are new ways Israel has come up with to butcher our babies in Gaza. The latest was bombing an area Israel designated as safe and told civilians to go to. The footage from that bombing was harrowing to say the least. To say that a man was dangling his beheaded baby is an understatement. That man was dangling the shreds of an infant. What kills me is even that part is redundant. I said this last time and I'll say it again. Call it a genocide, call it a kerfuffle, or lunch at grandma's. Tens of thousands of people, including children and babies, have been butchered by Israel. To focus on any other aspect misses the mark. Ceasefire now, despite what...
Thank you. Valerie? Valerie? Okay. Megan M. M-E-G-H-A-N M. Megan M.
Honorable council members, Madam Mayor, I'm a Bay Area community member and a graduate student of psychology, proud and honored to be active in politics at the local and state levels. This evening, I am here in support of Resolution 24 in Daly City's call for a long overdue ceasefire to the genocide in the Middle East. I agree, Councilman Sylvester, that we as a country have a pattern of getting involved in overseas politics, prioritizing foreign policy, corporate profit, and global militarization over taking care of our own siblings and children here locally. But it's a privilege to be able to pick and choose when and where we get involved. This morning, I was at the social services office in San Francisco, and the number of houseless individuals in the streets was countless and unspeakable. This issue of poverty and houselessness is not one that is unique to San Francisco, and it is currently being forced upon the displaced citizens of Palestine. Our federal government recently signed a $1.4 billion package in military to support the way of weapons in Israel and the genocide.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're late in this call, and the more we debate language and semantics, we will miss the opportunity to stand up for humanity.
Thank you.
You're not yet too late.
John T. John T. John T.
How you doing? Hi, my name is John. I was a resident of Daly City for 22 years, worked as an oncology nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I'm an Italian-American. I want to quote an Italian philosopher who says that under certain conditions, the oppressed can become the oppressor. And I think we've been seeing that going on in Gaza with against the Palestinian people. And I want to say, yes, somebody said that Palestine is not a state. Yeah, you're right. But this is a war not against a state. It's a war against a people. So I think it's really incumbent upon us, the city council here, not to waste our time and vote tonight to pass a ceasefire resolution. Many have said that a ceasefire resolution is divisive and causes hate in our community. It is the bloodshed and massacres and the forced starvation of Palestinian people and also the killing of Jewish people that will be divisive in the community when we want to create unity. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Reverend Sadie? S-A-D-I-E?
Hi, my name is Reverend Sadie Stone. I'm a United Methodist pastor, and I'm here for the long overdue vote to urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution. This evening, Council Member Sylvester, I heard you quote the Bible that those without sin should cast the first stone. I feel very comfortable casting the stone against genocide. It is not a hard thing for me to cast a stone against. It is not a hard thing to renounce. It is a hard thing to see. It's a hard thing to witness. It's a hard thing to see friends and family lose loved ones, entire lineages wiped out because of this US-backed genocide. So I'm asking you to please vote tonight. Don't delay any further. This doesn't require long discussion. It's easy. Genocide is wrong. Thank you.
Glenn Mercado. Glenn Mercado.
Good evening. This is a photo of Layla Tari, murdered at age 1. Layla's family thought they would be safe if they sought refuge in the UNRWA-led Abu Hussein school. But Israel's heinous acts have no limits. As they bombed the school, hundreds were seeking refuge in. 30 Palestinians were murdered in the Abu Hussein school massacre, including sweet baby Layla. I hope that baby Layla is not redundant to you, Sylvester. I am your constituent. I went to Coma Elementary School, I went to TRP, I went to Jeff, and I still live out here. And I want you to support an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Tory, T-O-R-Y, Tory. Oh, and it looks like a R, so T-O-R-Y.
There's no last name.
No last name, no last name. T-O-R-Y. Okay, we're gonna go to the next left, okay. Deej, D-E-E-G, Deej. Left, okay, thank you. Devonte.
I urge the City Council to vote and pass a resolution tonight without any amendments. How many families need to be bombed before you pass a ceasefire? How many women need to lose their babies before you pass a ceasefire? How many children need to be beheaded before you pass a ceasefire? How many? We've been here for months. We've been urging y'all to pass a ceasefire, and there's absolutely no need to discuss anymore. Like, you see the photos, you hear the community urge you to see them, that they exist. Councilmember Glenn, I'm very disappointed in you at everything you said. Nitpicking the resolution like that dehumanizes Palestinians, dehumanizes their history, dehumanizes their trauma. That is not okay. That's disrespectful and inhumane. You should be disappointing yourself. I know I am.
Vanessa A. Vanessa A.
I've lived in Daly City for the past 12 years. People have come here tonight from their home cities to stop you from taking a stand against killing, starving, and displacing innocent Palestinians in Gaza. In advocating for these atrocities to persist, they are advocating for genocide to continue. What kind of person does that? They argue that resolutions like this are divisive, but there is nothing more divisive than advocating for war and destruction. Residents of Daly City have been engaging with this council for months. We're asking our city to stand up against genocide. As a human being, it is your duty to do so. The blood of every Palestinian is on every American's hands as our country continues to support this genocide. A vote in favor for this resolution is a vote to end genocide. A vote against it is condoning genocide. Vote yes tonight with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Edie Beteezy. EYDIE-BEETEEZY.
I cannot believe you all have the audacity to continue to push this vote even more. What more debating do you have to do? We've been here for months. Your minds are already made up. Why are you continuing to waste our time? People who want this genocide to continue or who outright deny its existence want you to believe that this is outside of your purview. But the responsibility to address the abuse of children falls on every person who is aware of it. You are aware of it, Glenn. More than 15,000 children have been murdered by Israel with American weapons. Blood is on all of our hands. The lack of precedent for this resolution cannot justify your opposition to it. Without the new precedent set by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, absolutely none of you would be on this council today. Pass the resolution tonight without amendments. We already know Pam and Glenn don't give a shit about Palestinian life. Do it tonight. Gaza cannot afford your continued inaction. Vote yes tonight.
Savit P.
Hello, council members. Rod, I think that I'm speaking to you. Do you see what you have done to the city? How do you feel when you see all the people fighting, angry, divided? This is what you wanted? This is how you want it to be, your city and your people? You need to live with this, and all the people need to live with this. Ceasefire will not be because of Daly city or another city. Ceasefire will be if Israel and Hamas agree to stop it. There is nothing you can do but divide the community. And it's too shame that you play this game.
Liat, L-I-A-T.
Thank you, Council Member Sylvester, for the time you invested in educating yourself on the subject. You are correct. This conflict is complex and painful, and it's not for Daly City to solve. I'm urging you to reject this divisive resolution about Israel and Hamas. Saying Israel is committing a genocide is a lie. Israel has the right to protect the citizens like any other country. Nobody would let his citizens suffer missiles daily or being massacred like the Israeli citizens had and just sit silently. Not mentioning the hostages, not recognizing the massacre of October 7th, again, is one-sided. You show a lot of pictures of people from Gaza. Please keep in mind the 5 young women who were taken from their base, just woke up in the morning, and they are the ones who survived.
Thank you. Melinda?
Talking about genocide, what about the Uyghur by China, 1 million? Rape, encampments. What about the Rohingya? 25,000 killed. Still genocide going on. What about the Philippines, the country that you take pride of, as the last of our meeting? The Bangsamoro Muslim Mindanao, the Bangsamoro Islamic freedom fighter. in 2023. The head of Islamic Southeast Asia was killed in Marawi City in Mindanao, Faharuddin Haji Sattar. And just last April, 12 Bangsamoro freedom fighter killed, crushed by the Philippine troops. Why don't we do ceasefire on the Philippines, on China, on Burma? Let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ariel Bibas.
A video of a pregnant woman whose mouth is taped so she can't scream. A terrorist slices her swollen belly with a knife, pulls out her baby, and pierces it with its same knife. His fellow terrorists were cheering while recording it, and they broadcasted it all over the world as an achievement. And the world celebrated. I can't take that image out of my mind. We said never again, and never again is now. The crowd outside chants from the river to the sea, wanting to wipe me and all my family off the face of the earth just because I'm a Jew. It happened before. Holocaust was one of more recent examples of it, but it's not the first time and not the last. Do not adopt any resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther, Ester.
You lack authority to take a position or make recommendations on Israel-Gaza relations or U.S. foreign relations. By federal and state law, you're precluded from adopting a resolution about ceasefire or foreign affairs, and you must respect Israel's sovereignty. The resolution discriminates against Judaism, to which Zionism and Jewish self-governance in Israel is basic. It promotes the propaganda and agenda of Islamic jihadists. It says nothing about wars by which much greater numbers of people are affected by war, enslavement, and ethnic cleansing, such as in Nigeria, Sudan, China, and Iran. Picking on Israel, which is defending itself, is discriminatory, and the resolution is factually shaky and falsehood-ridden. The resolution and its hateful promoters have deeply disturbed the peace here, and it will become worse and dangerous to the Jewish people if adopted because it is Judeo-phobic, defamatory, and bigoted.
Thank you. Tim? Tim, Tim.
Hello, good evening. I'm a resident of Daly City, and I'm here to urge the City Council to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. It's my first time here, but I can tell all of us here are tired of waiting for the Council to do the right thing because you've been here before. So I know that you already know that 42,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel's illegal bombardment, 15,000 of them children. You already know that more than 1,000 children have had their limbs amputated due to Israeli bombs, many undergoing surgery without anesthesia due to Israel's blockade of humanitarian aid. If you all know these facts already, then you already know that this is a bloodthirsty massacre, that this is a genocide. Our actions tonight matter, and we'll send a message to our government to end its support for genocide and bring about a permanent ceasefire. Do the right thing and vote yes in the ceasefire resolution tonight. Stop hiding behind procedural delays. Delaying any further would be cowardly and shameful. No more genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabby Maxman.
I'm a little unclear why we can't hold multiple truths to be true. Why everyone coming here is dehumanizing you, dehumanizing us, saying that we don't live here. Many that are sitting here today represent me, and I live here. And I'm telling you, I'm heard. I have been working with Teresa trying to battle how strong your voice is for this cause. I get it, it's personal. And it's personal for me too. And I think we can sit down together. I know you don't want to talk to me, but we should sit down together because we both represent different aspects of this community, and we should write something together that represents both communities. We all deserve peace. We all deserve babies not to die. On both sides, we want that. And you and I can work on that together. We can set that example.
Thank you. Inga?
Hi, everyone. My name is Inga, and I'm a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant that's been living in the Bay for almost a decade. I'm begging you to vote for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. As someone whose family has been directly impacted by multiple wars that have ravaged my country, including the one currently happening with Russia, I can say there's no greater mark of humility and humanity than recognizing the civilian impact of a military conflict. To vote against the ceasefire resolution is to condone U.S. military aid to Israel and therefore condoning the death of innocent civilians, each one with family, hopes, and dreams just like yours. How can you stand by and allow mothers to bury their own children in Palestine while sending aid to Ukraine? The massacres on each side are appalling, and yet you turn a blind eye to one that's less convenient. You may have never seen the horrors of war for yourself, but as someone whose family has been decimated by war,
Thank you.
please vote. Shame on you.
Zach?
What's the name?
Zach. Z-A-C-H.
Hi, I am a Jew, and it is for this reason exactly that I stand for a ceasefire and for a free Palestine. As a Jew, opposing genocide is not complicated. There is nothing more dangerous in the face of genocide than silence. No one is free until everyone is free. Supporting a ceasefire is not anti-Semitic. Supporting Palestinians in our community is not anti-Semitic. Supporting a free Palestine is the best way to support Jews. There is no such thing as supporting Jews by systematically slaughtering our fellow humans. This is why no one is free until everyone is free. Oppression is fueled by our abstention. The state of Israel has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. I refuse to make wreaking havoc on hospitals, entire families, childhood homes, and even people's dead bodies part of my Jewish identity. I refuse to make forced starvation part of my Jewish identity. My family also stands for Palestine. My dad says Jews should be the last people to make others refugees. My grandmother, who escaped from the Nazis, opposed Zionism as ethno-nationalism. Once here in the States, she faced intense social exclusion. Refugees and their descendants continue to face exclusion.
Thank you. Thank you. Xenia, Xenia.
Y'all two are good. I know you guys have a brain. So hi, Glenn. Sorry. On the aspect of Christianity, the population of Gaza is recognized by the U.S. consensus as 48% children. Jeremy 22:3 curses anyone violent towards children. Among many other biblical verses that condemn actions committed directly by the terror state of Israel. Not that you should need the Bible to tell you genocide and forced famine is wrong. You proposed, what more can we do? I got you. Next, y'all need to divest from all companies associated with Israel that fund the genocide, violence, and resource theft in Palestine. Ultimately, there is no geographical or historical context needed to have some sense and see the obvious. Peace is priority.
If you're worried about where to get your news from, I implore you to look at the postings of journalists showing live what's happening on the ground in Gaza, like Bassam, Hind Khuduri, and Mutaz. Open Instagram and type in Middle East Eye and you'll see the truth for yourself. Palestinians don't need to tell you anything. They've been showing you the entire...
Beth, B-E-T-H.
Hi, I'm here to ask that you pass the ceasefire resolution without amendments immediately. Massacres of Palestinians are occurring day after day. Nothing should be controversial about demanding an end to 8 months of killing. Honestly, I want so much more. An end to my tax dollars being used to enrich weapons manufacturers or sent to Israel or being used for resource theft and violent full-spectrum dominance all over the world or killing kids. I want divestment. I want an end to the ongoing violent displacement of Palestinians from their homes and the administrative detentions where Palestinians are jailed without charges or due process, including children. I want an end to Israel's illegal occupation and for the Palestinian state to be recognized. But all that is being asked of you tonight is to express support for saving lives. Pass the ceasefire resolution as an expression of a desire for peace and care for life. Ceasefire.
Thank you. Rinat, R-I-N-A-T.
Vice Mayor, I'm wondering if you could name a genocide in the history of the world that could ever end with release of hostages and stopping rockets. You won't find one because that does not constitute a genocide. You don't want to look at me right now, but I want to tell you that on Jewish Heritage Month, I'm deeply hurt by your comments. They are inflammatory and they just cause more division in our community. It very much hurts us because we know the meaning of that word. Council members, we do not oppose these resolutions because we lack humanity. We oppose them because they fail to recognize ours. Any child that is lost is one too many. It does not matter what side of the border they are on. Does this resolution apply humanity fairly? Does it acknowledge the documented systematic rape and mutilation of Israeli girls as a weapon of this war? I'm here because I'm a Jew, I'm an Israeli, I'm an American, I have children, I hate the villainization that is—
Thank you. Thank you. Aaron G.
I'm a Bay Area voter, regular at Daly City businesses, and I urge the council to table the resolution. Honestly, I was really hurt when I came to the council and heard stories about them ignoring Gabby and other community members' inputs. But I was touched by Teresa's words, and I do think if we work together, we can come up with a better resolution that represents everyone in the community. When Hamas went door to door on October 7th, killing over 1,000 Jews and targeting music festivals, they also murdered two of my cousin's best friends. Of course we want peace, but I'd like to remind the council that it is already Biden's policy to call for a ceasefire, which Israel has accepted and Hamas has not. So I don't understand why everyone that says they need a ceasefire now doesn't call on Hamas to accept the ceasefire on the table. I'd also like to remind the council that the resolution calls for trading hostages for convicted murderers. One of the hostages—
Thank you. Estee, E-S-T-E-E.
Hi, I've raised here 3 children and now I'm raising grandchildren. And such, I strongly urge the council to table the resolution. I know that we all prioritize human life. Of course, nobody wants to see suffering in Gaza or in Israel, or in the other wars happening, and genocide in Yemen, real genocide in Yemen, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Ukraine. But let us not forget that Hamas, Islamic Jihad, is using strategy that maximize suffering of their own people by intercepting food aid that we are sending and preventing from their own Gazan to evacuate zones of. I'm particularly disturbed by reports that the council has failed to take the input of Jewish residents into.
Thank you. Thank you. Susan George.
As the PAC People's Conference for Palestine in Detroit got underway last month, the Palestinian Youth Movement's host called to liberate every inch of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, and the audience cheered wildly. Bay Area organizations, Arab Resource Organizing Center, Palestinian Youth Movement, Students for Justice in Palestine helped convene the conference, which centered engagement with and veneration of individuals affiliated with US-designated terrorist organizations. The conference's sessions were rife with the celebration of Hamas' October 7th attack and provided a massive platform to those who endorse violence against Israel and its residents. What happened in Detroit is not a bug, but a feature of a movement whose purpose is not peace, but to make Israel a pariah state and target Zionists. We have seen this before. Please believe us. This issue causes harm to every city where it is brought. If you must bring forward a resolution, bring forward one that heals and not harms the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Elisa?
Good evening, council members. I am a community member, and I'm urging you all to pass the ceasefire resolution immediately without amendments. You've had over 8 months of community member public comments. I'm sure you keep up with the news. You have the information you need. How many more children do you need to see murdered for you all to not feel afraid to go on the record to support peace? Have some courage. Don't be cowards. There's no need to wait. Resolutions are important. They are statements of values that local governments work later to enact. They're symbolic, of course. They're not going to change things overnight. We're not dumb. We understand that. But they do matter. If they didn't matter, folks wouldn't be here trying to stop it from getting passed. So stand with humanity, listen to your community, and vote yes tonight. Don't wait.
Sarah?
I'm honored to be here as a Jewish American woman and have the opportunity to use my voice to urge you all to vote yes on a ceasefire resolution tonight. The pit in my stomach grows deeper day after day, watching worlds and lives crumble into dust in Palestine. If there was something I could do to stop it, this very moment I would. You have the power to do something tonight. Please listen to your community, to the world, and most importantly, to the cries from human beings. Listen to Palestinians. Pass this ceasefire resolution immediately tonight without amendments. You have the chance to make your children's children proud.
Abby? ABBY.
I am a Jewish woman. I am devastated by the genocidal level killing currently being inflicted on the Palestinian people of Gaza. We have heard all of the excuses, but I hope you will agree there's absolutely no excuse to bomb, shoot, starve a single child, let alone 15,000. No excuse to kill aid workers, target reporters, level whole neighborhoods, obliterate hospitals, schools, museums, none. precious few came to help the Jewish people during World War II when millions were gassed to death in Nazi concentration camps. Even the United States turned us away. Those who were alive at the end were called she'erit, remnants. I pray you have the courage to pass the ceasefire resolution tonight and without amendment, because I don't want these vibrant Palestinian people
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ami?
Dear council members, I am a proud Jew active in the Bay Area Jewish community. My sensibilities and moral compass have been fashioned by my Jewish tradition and sacred texts. I am not naive, self-hating, or anti-Semitic. Growing up, I and most American Jewish youth was never taught the complete history of Israel. No mention was made of the Palestinian people since 1948 and of Gaza and the West Bank since 1967. I am a physician caring for children and am devastated to witness the relentless daily murder of children in Gaza and to hear of their needless, painful death by starvation and disease. Please do not conflate passage of the resolution. Please do not conflate.
Please. He was talking.
Please do not conflate passage of the resolution with anti-Semitism. Please do not forget that local actions can add to the global voice, Glenn. I call on the Daly City Council to be courageous and pass the resolution without any amendments. Thank you.
David Sparrow. Yeah, the timer won't go on until you're ready. Yeah.
Hopefully. I'm a Jewish resident of San Francisco, right across the border at Park Merced, and I really appreciate the council taking this on, although I don't know why it's taking so long. And I also appreciated your proclamation of Jewish Heritage Month. I'm proud of my Jewish heritage, and I want to say that the actions of the State of Israel and the people who are supporting it are dragging that heritage through the mud. And we are, they claim that they're against anti-Semitism. They're exposing us all to anti-Semitism. And they talk about the resolutions for peace being divisive, a ceasefire being divisive. I mean, war is divisive, killing people is divisive, and opposing it, how does that make Jews look to everybody else? So I really encourage you to ignore that and ignore the people who put Israel ahead of their Judaism and vote yes on the resolution.
Isaac Goodman. Isaac Goodman. Excuse me. Isaac Goodman.
All right. I hear people say, if you don't stand with Israel, you're anti-Semitic. If you support Palestinians, then you're supporting Hamas. This is Israel using victimization by Hamas to destroy the people of Gaza. But it was Netanyahu who gave support to Hamas in an effort to divide Palestinians and prevent Palestinian statehood, while the Israeli army pursued its policy of mowing the lawn. You should look that up, Glenn. In Gaza, as if people are lawns to be periodically cut down like grass. Saying yes to a bilateral and permanent ceasefire, the safe release of all hostages on both sides, and resumption of humanitarian aid to a traumatized people with traumatized children is not anti-Semitic. It is pro-Semitic, since both Palestinians and Jews are Semitic people. Thank you. And response to my email, Glenn.
Thank you. Jimmy J. Jimmy J.
It's deeply troubling when a council member equates oppressed with their oppressors, the occupied with their occupiers. This is akin to equating slaves with slave owners. Such comparison ignore the clear and stark imbalances of power and suffering in these situations. This is, in essence, racist, Mr. Sylvester. There is no balance here. There are no equal sides to the genocide in Gaza. Our Palestinian community in Daly City is in profound pain. Standing with peace and humanity is not merely a political necessity, but a moral imperative. I urge you to lead with compassion and justice, support the resolution without amendments, and show true leadership in standing up for what is right.
Thank you. AZ.
Council members, I am an educator that has been teaching in Daly City for 7 years. Please vote to pass a ceasefire resolution immediately without amendments. I'm here because I teach about anti-racism, social movement, and solidarity in my classes, and I'm trying to practice what I teach. I want to show solidarity with my Palestinian students and colleagues processing trauma, anti-Arab sentiments, and Islamophobia here in Daly City during this time of crisis. Councilmember Daus Magboa, I appreciate your integrity in using the term genocide to describe the terror in Gaza. Councilmember Sylvester, your comments reducing most Muslim majority countries to certain terrorist organizations as if that's their entire identity is Islamophobic. Those types of statements do not allow us to humanize people from Muslim majority countries. It reinforces dangerous stereotypes about Arabs and Muslims instead. I hope that the City Council passes a ceasefire resolution with no amendments, as it symbolizes a commitment to valuing every human life, limiting indiscriminate violence targeting civilians, and showing empathy toward the Palestinian community. It sets a humanized example for our youth in Daly City.
Thank you. Ned K. Ned K.
Permanent ceasefires does not equal peace. Not until Hamas is removed from power. It appears that the Council is trapped into a false logic that you must issue a resolution on the current Israel-Hamas war. I don't understand why the Council believes that resolution is the only way to address what's happening in our community. I don't understand why the Council can't see how divisive such resolution is. I don't understand why the Council is spending so much time and resources on a complex geopolitical affair rather than focusing on what it was elected to do. If the Council really cares about its entire community and bringing it together, I suggest you focus on brainstorming on other creative solutions, such as a roundtable discussion between leaders from both sides, having a community day to bring folks together. I urge you not to pass such resolution. I urge you not to make a decision today while Pam is out, just like you didn't make a decision when others were out. Thank you.
Thank you. Hiba, H-I-B-B-A. B-B-A. Yeah. H-I-B-B-A. Okay, we'll move on to the next. Miguel.
Good evening, Daly City, City Council. In my 8 years working as an educator in Daly City, I've had the privilege of working with a diverse group of students, including many whose families call Palestine their home. It makes me sad when we have state and national political leaders make excuses to avoid taking a stand against apartheid, colonialism, and genocide. I hope our city's political leaders can instead take a stand. In our nation's past, people have actually defended atrocious actions from slavery to segregation to apartheid and genocide. In the present, we still see people making excuses for segregation, apartheid, and genocide. The excuses of today are reminiscent of the defenders of bigotry so prevalent in our past. City Council, please take a stand. Stand with humanity. The siege and apartheid policies forced upon the people of Gaza need to end. A ceasefire is the bare minimum. Please vote on the ceasefire resolution tonight without amendments. Do not wait to stand up for your values. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin?
He's coming.
Hello again, City Council. Tonight, there's been talk of Daly City leading the way, of Daly City having a discussion, of bringing two sides together. The fact is that one side legitimately wants peace, and the other side is arguing in bad faith. In every other city council where Zionists are allowed to have a talking seat at the table, they reject any and all calls for peace, for ceasefire, for anything that legitimately talks about what's going on in Palestine. And they obfuscate the details, and they dehumanize people, and they reduce them to nothing but numbers and concepts. The fact is that Daly City isn't leading anything. You're behind. East Palo Alto has already passed a ceasefire resolution. South San Francisco has, and so did Pacifica. A city council with two Jewish anti-Zionist city councilors passed a ceasefire resolution, sending it to your federal representative, Kevin Mullen, and their own. What is holding you back? Don't delay this any further and vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Leah, L-E-A-H.
Hi, Council. I'm a public library worker. Our Racial Justice Committee put together a great reading list on Israel-Palestine back in November, a lot of excellent Palestinian and Israeli authors. I think you should try reading some of those if you want to know about the history. But here I'm tonight, here as a mother. For the last 8 months, I look at my daughter and I can think only of the 15,000 other beautiful, funny, amazing little kids who've been killed with our bombs. So I'm here tonight to urge you to pass some kind of ceasefire resolution. It's pretty simple. This is a genocide. And in a time of genocide, we have to speak out. We have to say something. We have to do whatever we can. Our students know that. They're putting their careers and their academic careers on the line because they understand this is a genocide. We have to do whatever we can, and this is something you can do. This is what we do. It's not enough, but it matters. This is a U.S. genocide. It couldn't be happening without our weapons and political support. Gideon Levy from Haaretz magazine said just that.
Thank you. Steph, S-T-E-P-H.
Per UN report, half of those children that she mentioned.
We're not in a dialogue. It's public comment at this item right now. Thank you very much. Cien Fuegos after Steph.
First, to say there's no Palestine is factually incorrect. My father and all generations before were born in Palestine, Jerusalem to be specific. We are indigenous to that land. We would still be there had we not been forced to flee due to the creation of Israel, which is younger than my grandmother, might I add. Second, the crime of genocide is characterized by the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group by killing its members or by other means such as causing serious bodily harm, mental harm, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring upon its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, or forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. I'm pretty sure it's very clear that what's happening is genocide if you look at the definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Cien Fuegos.
Thank you. Pass ceasefire resolution now. This is a local issue. Daly City is home to many migrant and refugee communities, including Palestinian and Arab communities. They link us directly to the cataclysm Israel is imposing on our Palestinian relatives in Gaza. The Sanctuary City movement in San Francisco illustrates how city governments have passed ordinances and resolutions that comment on foreign policy and federal policy. Anyone who says otherwise is not tied to racial and refugee justice movements in the Bay. This is unifying. There's no need for dialogue. This grassroots call for a permanent bilateral ceasefire has unified Arabs, Asians, Black folks, Latinos, Pacifica people, as well as fine Jewish persons all in this room today. Furthermore, the cities of EPA, South City, Pacifica, all cities in your county passed a ceasefire resolution. Things remain calm and steady there. This is an easy moral decision. The IOF is better at killing children, women, medical workers, journalists, and aid workers than they are at killing.
Thank you. Amber?
Hi. I work with students within your district and South San Francisco Unified School District. I've been really lucky to school counsel and work with students, but throughout the year, which I've told you guys previously, you just watch your students' light leave their eyes as they get to continue to be told that they're the problem, that they're terrorists, that things deserve to happen to them and their family in Palestine. My student's 12, and by the end of the year with all the bullying, he doesn't want to be in school. He thinks people hate him and there's something wrong with him. So now he's internalizing everything, and that's just an ounce of what the kids in Gaza go through. But there are kids right here. So it's kind of upsetting to hear people say, oh, it doesn't matter to hear, but it does, because when you make a stance, your kids see it. They grow up in a school that sees them, and that's really important. It might make him feel 1 ounce better, and like maybe he matters, and that his voice is. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Paran, ARIKPARAN.
So, having been involved in this issue for the last several months, I know that it's getting worse within this community, not only over there. Over there, it's definitely getting worse. So I've never seen, for instance, so many people hiding their faces or not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. That didn't happen several months ago. It is happening now. Unfortunately, all of it from one particular group, but it is happening. So I'm for Glenn's idea, and exactly what all the cities in Santa Clara County did. They decided they're just staying out of it. They're not going for a resolution. And it's not that I'm not for peace or for an immediate ceasefire. I am. Now, if you do decide to continue with this, your specific resolution, which Teresa put really good work into this, and it's pretty good, I got just a couple of comments. One of them was already corrected by the attorney. The other one is to make sure that all sides make all effort to prevent injury, death, and property loss.
Thank you. Rohit Rose.
Okay, I had a speech prepared, but I'm not going to read it. I'm appalled of what's going on here. 99% of what people say are totally lies. And totally lies. There's no genocide. The IDF would never, ever harm kids or civilians. Please don't laugh at me, Mr. Rudd. And I can see your smile. I know, clap your hands. Yeah, you're smiling at me, it doesn't feel good. Yes, I can see you under your hand, I'm sorry. So please get your facts right. There's no genocide. The IDF will never kill babies. If the Hamas would not hide in their tents, you know, Israel has the right to defend himself. Imagine they coming to your house, getting your daughter, raping her every day, okay? And now they have their babies. The Israeli girls in Gaza, they have these monsters' babies. Is anybody talking about that? We have 100,000 refugees in Israel because the north is bombed and the south is bombed. Do you want to continue smiling?
Thank you.
No, he's smiling. He's happy.
Was that Rohit Rose? That was you?
I can go again.
That was,
Yeah.
no, that was your Rohit, right?
Yes.
Aido Wiseman.
I can.
Thank you, Glenn. I love what you said.
the only genocide happening is Hamas's genocide against Palestinians and Jews. Hamas attacked Israel, scurried back to their tunnels, and now hides behind the Palestinians. Hamas hides their weapons in schools and hospitals, firing rockets from civilian areas. More than 531,000 tons of humanitarian aid has been sent by Israel into Gaza. Hamas has stolen 80% of it. This war will end when the IDF dismantles Hamas. Nothing decided here will change that. If you support peace, then condemn Hamas and call for the immediate return of our hostages. Am Israel Chai.
Thank you. Robert Bulatao.
Hello, Council. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Robert Bulatao, and I wanted to express my support for the passing of the permanent ceasefire resolution as written. 6 months ago, I was at the San Leandro City Council meeting where I expressed the need to call for a ceasefire. At that point, it was 15,000 people that had been murdered with our tax dollars. At this point in time, that 15,000 obviously is the number of children alone. 99.9% of these people that were murdered were civilians, so we have to call it what it is, a genocide. Daly City has a strong Filipino presence, and we must see the parallels about how the invading forces had treated us during the Philippine-American War. Your breath stank. Ma'am, your breath stank. Please search your mouth.
Come on,
So-
come on.
I said her breath stinks and she needs to close her mouth. Okay.
Come on, come on.
This is what you create here, the hatred.
Okay. There was a... whatever, their breath stank.
Adam Alexander.
This is what you create, hatred and division.
I don't understand when we say there's not a dialogue and let people speak, that you can...
Said your breath stinks. This is what causes division and anti-Semitism.
That we have gone... Let's continue on. It's really the outbursts that has been happening continuously, I think, have been very cordial. And so at this time, please, when people are speaking, don't interrupt. And that goes on both sides, right? So we are almost done with our speaker cards unless I get more, and I see a handful.
I was skipped.
Okay.
You skipped me mine.
I'm going through the cards, and we're not done yet. There's still a stack coming through. So Edam Alexander. EDAN Alexander. Okay. If they're not here, I'm moving on to the next. Anne Frank.
Hello.
We could restart the timer. We'll restart the timer.
I will
Madam
wait.
City Clerk, please restart the timer. 1 moment.
Okay. So there's clear divide and hate in this room from all sides. You guys see that. There's no way that your ceasefire resolution written as is going to settle any of that. Mayor Manalo, Teresa, your decision on this matter is going to be what turns or leads your career forward or backward. This is your chance to be a good leader. It's not my time yet. This is your chance to be a good leader and be neutral and abstain. That's what we need. The whole community needs that. Otherwise, it's about virtue. That's all this is. And then it's going to turn into BDS, and the next thing that's going to come in here with more hate and more of this. So I urge you to please abstain. This is your career, Teresa and Mayor Manalo. Rod, you are an anti-Semite. I'm only saying that because everyone's roasting you guys tonight. But you, my friend, you're...
Okay. I think it's kinda D. Kinda D. Okay.
All right. Good evening. I don't know what else I could say at this point to explain why this resolution needs to be voted on today. The USA is 100% responsible for every atrocity committed on Palestinian soil. It is our responsibility to stand up when our voices are not being represented. The real suffering is not from the thousands whom we have lost, but the millions who are alive yet not living. Stop wasting time. Call on our officials to call on our officials for a ceasefire resolution and restore any humanity left this world has to offer. Councilmember Sylvester, you ignorantly preach to the choir about education. You are asking people in the audience to educate themselves on their life experiences and trauma. How incredibly disrespectful. If you cannot stand with the language of this resolution, you absolutely stand with the language of genocide. Be real leaders for our community. Vote yes today for a ceasefire resolution. Also, Palestine may not be on your world map. Palestine is in this room. Palestine is in my room. Palestine is the world now.
Taya? Is Taya? Taya?
Is it T-A-L-A?
It could be. It has a. It looks like an I, but maybe it's a short. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tala. I'm a Palestinian American. I grew up here. I wasn't going to speak because I don't know what else I can say that everyone else hasn't already said. But I decided to speak anyway because just a couple hours ago, actually, I was sitting here minding my business, and I go to my car, which is parked in this parking lot, and I see a lady vandalizing my car. This woman right here vandalized my car, and I just happened to catch her. So this is a hate crime that happened here in Daly City, just since we're on the topic of divisiveness. These are the kinds of people that are against a ceasefire, against a ceasefire resolution. So this is a solidarity statement, and you guys can just, vote yes and tell your community that you care about us because you see your community. This is our community, right? Please vote yes. Thank you.
Sebastian Strasser.
My school, Stanford, sings the song of DEI and justice for all, yet it has become a nightmare for its Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students and their supporters. Hijabi students are afraid to walk alone on campus. Peaceful mourners of the slain Gazans have been assaulted and, invoking the war on terror playbook, branded terrorists. A biology professor, a person of power, decried peaceful activists as, quote, doing the work of Islamic Jihad and Hamas and Iran. That is but a fraction of the cesspool of xenophobia that Stanford has become. That is the Sylvester Doctrine in action. Do not let that happen to Daly City. Please vote for the resolution in the name of every son and daughter of Daly City that is at risk of collective punishment for atrocities they did not commit. At minimum, I hope you see that voting for the resolution will also protect our own children in our own community. Do not let Daly City become a safe haven for hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Vale, V-A-L-E. If Vale's not here, Tony. Okay.
Hi, it's Vale. First off, shout out to the lady who said be courageous and do nothing. I want to be that delusional. Also, Glenn, if you are uninformed if you don't read the news, and you're misinformed if you do read the news, what are you if you are watching videos that are actually coming out of Gaza? Because when I open my phone, I see babies without legs, I see babies without heads, I see people, can you shut up? Please shut up. I see doctors who've been bulldozed alive. People talk about their experiences and connections to genocide. A lot of us are here with connections to genocide. That's my entire lineage is a genocide. I am mestiza, Native American and Spanish. My family comes from genocide as well. And I come and speak that because listen to us. Listen to people of color. No people should be dying. We are here because we respect life, unlike other.
Thank you. Tony?
They need to shut up. This is my first time here. I'm a 44-year-old man. I was born and raised in Daly City. We have homes here. We own, I was born and raised in I went to Westmore for high school, graduated in '98. So you guys were my competitors in Jefferson. And after October 7th, my life has changed personally. I could only imagine what these people are going through in Gaza, but seeing this has changed my life. Seeing these atrocities and on live of these babies getting killed is killing me. And they need to stop interrupting me because it's disrespectful. But I just want to know, this is my first time seeing these people. Like, I see them on TV, but this is my first time actually seeing them in person. And I'm like scared to crap because they're not human. And I'm sorry I'm saying this, but after what I see peace and I see hate. I see hate in this front row. All the disrespectful things they said to us because we're making peace speeches, these are animals.
Mary Bernier.
Thank you. I didn't expect to vote, or I guess I'm not voting, but I kept hearing people say stuff, so I wanted to just give a different side to it. But first, this is easier. This is about 150 flyers that I pass out. And I'm scared to say this because I'm afraid of my government a little bit, but I live in Half Moon Bay. And these are flyers just to help people, they're in Spanish, who don't know that there's an open housing for people 62 years or older, because all the publicity was done in English. And the people who were in charge of that are good people. They just kind of forgot. And in Half Moon Bay, it must be at least 25% of the people are Rasa. Farm workers, poor people. So it looks like I've lost the rest of my time, but there's a lot of people forgotten, a lot of people. And don't forget the Palestinians.
Thank you. Mr. S.
Good evening. Yet another born and raised Daly City local. I wasn't really planning on speaking today. I just wanted to show support, listen, and learn. But I heard some commentary about specifics, and I felt compelled to adjust the language of those words. I simply want to point out that it was specifics that started all of this. And the military strategists and historians that you claim can be the only ones to make changes will also agree that it is specifics that can help stop it. And it all starts right here. If you want to prioritize Daly City, then listen to its people. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Lynn.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm a lifelong Daly City resident, and I've attended Daly City Public Schools my entire life. I really don't know what else to tell you guys to convince you to vote on a ceasefire resolution tonight. We've been coming to you for the past 3 months. I've met with most of the members on this council, and I just want to remind you all that 15,000 kids have died. 15,000. The number of children who have been killed in Gaza outnumbers the population of children in Daly City's entire school district. I'd like my time back. How many more children need to die? Please don't delay this any further. Councilmember Sylvester, your statement earlier was Islamophobic and anti-Palestinian. I was shocked to hear you say that you want to have discussion when our community has been reaching out to you for the past 3 months, trying to have discussion with you, and you've continued to ignore us. Please vote on a ceasefire resolution tonight with no amendments.
The next person we have is Gina.
Yeah, well, I was one of the first to come here.
Hi, Rod, I want to thank you for your courage. And Sylvester, I just want to say, Dr. King once said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. If the resolution didn't really matter, if it has no impact, then why is everybody here? Palestinians have been made to pay for Europe's sins. They were not responsible for the Holocaust. And it is possible, as others have pointed out, to be both oppressor and oppressed. And you know, American colonists were surrounded by hostile nations. It's because they colonized them. So they've used the same tactics, American colonizers. They negotiated peace with Native Americans, with indigenous people, without any intention of keeping them. And I just want to say, you say it divides us, but look at the multicultural group. If everybody here for the ceasefire, stand up.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is racist. This is racist. It's not racist. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely racist.
Can we have the blurting needs to really stop. I'm gonna call for a recess if we're gonna keep blurting. I really am. I know that everyone is tired. It's 10:46. And I really will call. I'm sure my colleagues want to go use the restroom. So please stop blurting out. I know it's been a long evening. Everyone is passionate and, you know, but the blurting has to stop. Fernando.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Here we are. After months of council meetings, one-on-one meetings, thousands of public comments, and over 30,000 martyrs, we are at the cusp of following the leads of our neighbors, such as South San Francisco, East Palo Alto, Richmond, and Pacifica, who have all supported the call for a ceasefire. To consider tabling this is not only rubbing salt to the wounds of Palestinians, but an insult to your local constituents that have all gathered here tonight after waiting for so long. And Glenn Sylvester, you do not get the right to put amendments on a resolution after ignoring your constituents every time we schedule a meeting with you through proper channels. And for anyone who claims Palestinians and their land do not exist, you are wrong. Palestinians are my neighbors, my classmates, they are voters, and they're all here tonight. And for anyone who denies us your constituents, we'll remember you in November.
Thank you. Chris? After Chris, Eden.
As a teacher starting his career in Daly City, I am here today in the hopes that the council members share my values. I became a teacher because I care not only about the children I directly work with, but all children in need. Every day, I see the countless dead bodies of the children in Gaza, and it breaks my heart thinking of the pain those families are going through. I cry seeing the lifeless bodies that look just like some of my students. I hope that the city I have attached my career to doesn't close their eyes to injustice. I hope all of you have the heart to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. And as an educator, I also hope that you, Glenn, specifically, do your research on not only Palestinian history, but the divisiveness of Black history, or even the divisiveness of Christian history that you claim to care about. Thank you.
Thank you, Eden Alexander.
Any human being right now has to be distressed by what is happening in Gaza because of the quantity of innocent death. However, I urge the protesters to also mention Hamas because that is where this started. Hamas is a terrorist organization that oppresses and murders Palestinians, murders gays, murders women who have been raped and otherwise insulted Islam, abuses children, and is dedicated to a genocidal mission to kill all Jews and replace the state of Israel with Islamic State as part of a larger mission to wage jihad on the Western world. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas uses Palestinians as human shields and cannon fodder and hide in tunnels under innocent Palestinians, attacking Israel and the IDF. They are not freedom fighters for the liberation of Palestine or for welfare of Palestinians. They do not fight for freedom. They fight for death, oppression, and caliphate, and Islamic State does not want to destroy.
Thank you. Ashley?
I'm a Daly City resident, and I would like to share in loving memory of Miriam Al-Masri. Her story hits close to home as a former first grade teacher and mother of young children. Miriam Ayash Al-Masri just started first grade. The occupation targeted Miriam and her family during their journey from the north of the Gaza Strip to the south, which the occupation claimed was safe. Miriam was killed along with all of her family members. I join my community tonight in urging the council to call for a ceasefire and to pass the resolution immediately without amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary? Is that Mary? Mary? Mary from Gabriella?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mariam Butler, and I am a member of Gabriela, Daly City, organization of Filipino women who fight for the right of welfare of women's, children's, overall humanity in the Philippines and over the world. It is hard to hear about the injustice that the Palestinian people face, even though I have been I never been in Palestine. I live and work in the Middle East, and I had the experience living in a war place when I was there in Middle East. So it's hard to live and see people die. And for the Palestinian, the Israeli should thank them, because without the Palestinian, they don't have land to fight for, because the Palestinian only country give them land.
Thank you. Rana Anabatawi? Yeah. Rana Anabatawi.
Last name's hard. You can just go with the first name. Hi. So, as a member of the community and a parent who made a decision to raise young Palestinian children here, I really hope that the council mirrored the values that matter most to our family, which is integrity, empathy, compassion, and solidarity. Unfortunately, based on some of the comments we heard earlier today, we know at least one council member doesn't, but I do hope that the rest of you do. I want to be able to say to my children that all lives matter, regardless of color, class, or religion, and that we stand against violence in all its forms. A ceasefire resolution is far overdue. A call to stop the unspeakable atrocities that have happened against children all day, every day, for the last 241 days is not controversial and does not require further discussion. How many more children need to be killed or lose parents or body limbs using our American bombs before it becomes the right time to say that enough is enough? We urge you to vote yes on a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you. Hinds Hall, Hind.
Good evening, council members. After Rafah was the supposed safe haven in Gaza was struck last week, where we all saw real beheaded babies, what more is there to say? We watched in horror as tents burned down while Palestinians watched their loved ones perish. Every day I think it can't get worse, and it does. Councilmember Sylvester, you must be watching Fox News. I suggest you try watching a real channel like Al Jazeera in case you were worried of being misinformed. You mentioned that you're no expert and neither is our government. However, we are complicit because the U.S. sends billions of dollars to Israel to fund this genocide. And for their signs that read no Hamas, no peace, there is no mention of the occupation in the West Bank for the last 76 years. Don't let their propaganda fool you. Please pass a resolution with no amendments. Free Palestine.
Shireen Abu Akla.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to all of us, all our voices. We know it's a long night and there's a lot of junk that's being spread out here, but I just want to, a lot of people have been repeating the same thing over and over again, but this divisive tactic won't work anymore. Just like many people said, with the exception of the front row, look at this room and look at all the beautiful diversity that continues to call for a ceasefire. I guess some people have nothing better to do on a Monday night than make excuses as to why it's okay to kill innocent children, but that's why we're here. This past week, the most horrific scenes humanity has ever witnessed were broadcast all over the world. Did you happen to catch that segment, Glenn? If you didn't, here's a recap. Tents where innocent humans were sleeping in a, quote, safe zone have been deliberately bombed, people burnt alive to a crisp, and kids beheaded. Did you see that beheaded baby on TV? Probably not. Does that sound like someone who wants peace? Would you want to hold their hand, Glenn? Please pass a ceasefire resolution this evening.
Thank you. Alfredo Alguin.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Holguin. I work at Skyline College. I went to Skyline Elementary School when I was a kid. I was on a youth bowling league at Classic Bowl. I still work with high school students in the area in Daly City. So I'm from here. Like Glenn said, I'm not a military strategist either, but I've seen bakeries bombed, I've seen schools bombed, I've seen hospitals bombed, UN centers bombed, tents bombed, people leaving their homes in the north of Gaza going down to the south bombed. I've seen all these atrocities happen. I do not need to have a degree in military strategy. I don't need to be in the military to see that that's wrong, and we need to do something about it. This is something that's been going on for over 76 years. It's happening too long. This genocide did not start on October 7th. It's been going on prior to that. That's why we see so many Palestinians here today, because they were kicked from their homes and had to come somewhere else to find some sense of peace that they've been trying to find since then, and this is part of that.
Thank you. Karina Arev. Karina, Karina. No? Okay. Those are all the speaker cards that we have for what?
I was One of the first one to be there.
What is your name,
Where
please?
it is, one of the first one to be here.
What is your name? What is your name?
Raviv Bacheva.
Let's see. Oh,
I was one
she
of-
has more speaker cards.
You have Raviv Bacheva.
She has more speaker cards that she had just passed to me.
But they have to fill it now?
Layla,
Bacheva.
Layla, Layla.
Just do it right now.
Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for listening, all three of you. I wasn't going to come. I was running on the treadmill at the gym, listening to the video, and I came over listening to the meeting. I came in the past, and you didn't vote, and I know I guess you're not going to vote tonight. I'm not sure, but I just want to echo the call for you to please pass this resolution. One thing I think we all know, because we all read the papers, you probably read reputable papers, this disproportionate, brutal response was not the only military option. I know you must know that because you must be well informed. Please remember that. It's okay to say that this brutality is gotten to be astronomical, and all humans of conscience from diverse backgrounds, it's appropriate for us to take issue with it. Be informed. With power comes responsibility. Be informed.
Thank you. Shlomo Masur.
Hi, thank you this evening. Shlomo Mansour, Holocaust survivor from the Frahud, Iraqi Jew, 86 years old, hostage. If you have never spoken out against, if you have never acknowledged, or if you deny the rape of Jewish Israeli children and women on October 7th, you are not, and you never will be, a human rights activist. You are actually a fraud. The way to end the war today, Hamas surrenders and releases the hostages. If the ceasefire crowd truly cared about the 2 million Gazan civilians, then the surrender of a few thousand Hamas soldiers, along with the release of 134 hostages, would be an inconsequential concession in order to save the millions of lives that are at risk. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. What did she say? Is this it? This is general. Steve?
Raviv?
Steve.
Thank you. This is my second time here. I teach at San Francisco State, which is right across the City Hall line. And I feel very close to Daly City. I've had many wonderful students from Daly City over the past 25 years. And a month ago, many of our students reached a point where they said, this is enough. We have to take action here in this place, in the local, because our federal leaders are betraying us. They are not speaking up for the will of the people. The majority of the Americans oppose what is happening in Gaza. And we have federal leaders that they come and they say, well, let's throw some more weapons at them. This will help things. This is the peace process, as the United States likes to cultivate it. Let's bring in some more weapons. And so I just wanted, I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you. Yoroslav Vinasgraski.
All right, so I heard a couple of terms here today, a lot of the time actually. Peace, coexistence, ceasefire. All great. And again, I want to repeat, everybody here wants that. But how can you have a ceasefire, or let's call it a peace resolution, where the most crucial component of that is left out, and that is Hamas being in power? Anybody in this room, whether they're on the pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian side,
we'll have to be honest and say that Hamas is the biggest obstacle to peace, okay? If they disagree with that, they don't really care about Palestinians. They don't really care about peace. So if you want to pass the resolution, by all means, pass it, okay? You guys already made up your minds. But make it that it's honest about ceasefire. You can't have ceasefire with Hamas in power. It's never going to happen. So please, go ahead, pass it, but just add that language, okay? Be honest with yourselves.
Thank you. If you repeat a lie many times, it doesn't make it true. You have a free speech to lie. Israel doesn't perform genocide and apartheid. I invite you to come to Israel and see for yourself. Israel is the only democrat in the Middle East. An opinion supported by the crowd isn't necessarily the right one. For example, the Nazi Germany was wrong about, despite the popular support. Today, Israel discovered that 5 of the hostages was dead. 3 of the hostages are aged over 80, died while in the Hamas captivity. It's unthinkable that Hamas is kidnapping citizens over 80 years old. Moreover, intelligence has confirmed that Hamas has kidnapped girls and was being raped and tortured. Meanwhile, Hezbollah is launching missiles into Israel cities, destroying buildings. As we celebrate love inclusively, we must remember Hamas murdered the LGBTQ members.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the last of our speaker card for this item here this evening. If you fill out a card and then, okay. What is your first name? Oh, I think we did call her, right? Oh, you put it for general public comment. That's why. This is for item number 24. So you want us to move it to item 24? So we'll move it to item 24.
Thank you. Does this work? I would like to speak about the Daly City Ordinance. Daly City as an ordinance. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council member. Let's go back to the basic importance in Daly City. Not only there's an ordinance, it is a charter with the details. I'm not familiar with too much, but I'm going to learn about it. With rules, regulations. Does it give the power to council members as to what to be representing city policies that are making resolutions declaring foreign affairs engagement in the world? We have to think about how important it is to get engaged with involving foreign policies.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We give everyone 1 minute. Thank you very much. I think that's the last now of our public comment. Unless. Okay, this is gonna be the last call and we're gonna move on. As far as my general public comment here, if you have not spoken and you wanna speak on this item, let me know. And you inadvertently put it into public comment. I'm not saying you could speak twice if you already spoke. That's not what I'm saying.
You can do public comments too, or no?
Yeah, it's gonna be after our business, this item. Okay, so I just wanna say thank you to everyone. I know as I speak right now, it's 11:08 and each and every one of you stayed here at our city hall to speak because you care, and you wouldn't be here this late if you didn't. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. We are now here at this juncture where earlier we heard exactly what the resolution is, and I want to make sure that my colleague is online. Council Member Praño, are you still with us? Great,
Still
thank you.
here. Thank you.
I know earlier we did go over the resolution. We had comments from my colleagues, and then we heard from the public. And so at this point, I will open up the dialogue once again with my colleagues, as there is definitely some dialogue after hearing from each and every one of you. So at this time, are there any comments from my colleagues?
I'd like to make
Vice
a
Mayor.
comment.
Teresa.
Okay, Councilmember Priano and then Vice Mayor.
Okay. So first, I would also like to thank everyone for speaking, but I would also like to thank Councilmember Glenn and Councilmember Rod. They're speaking for what they believe, or what, and so they have a right to do that. We may not all agree with everything everyone says, but they have a right to speak. So I'd like to just remind people that that's our job, to ask questions and to speak and to listen. And attacking Councilmember Rod or Councilmember Glenn, it's not going to get anything done, and it's not conducive to what we're trying to accomplish. So that's what I'd like to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Praño. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Das Agual.
Check. If we were in a utopian society, then we wouldn't question power. But we are living in a reality where things are happening in the world, and we have to speak up. And it's hard to speak up, no matter what position you're in. And I may not be a military strategist, but I do teach history. I am an ethnic studies professor, and this is what we talk about. The history of colonialism, the history of colonialism. And it's crazy because to me, I feel like the echo chambers are very, very deep. And if you're talking about where the resources and where the references and where the interpretations are coming from, echo chambers are very deep. And if you want to believe in the echo chambers that you have, that's fine. It's designed to award controversy, but it's not there to reward peace, because it does not make business. It doesn't put eyeballs on the screen. And we're here as a city council. And again, if this was a utopian society, we would not question power. But I'm not going to blind myself from American exceptionalism where it doesn't exist. And in the history of this country, there have been dais all over this country that talked about the Vietnam War, the Persian Gulf War, the Iraq War, Korean War. This is history repeating itself. And like, if we're here today, and we've stayed here already till 11:15, and we've done this for 3 months, I urge my council to let's make that vote now. And I believe the language is there. It talks about Israelis, it talks about Palestine, it talks about Gazans, it talks about immediate bilateral ceasefire on both sides. Again, this is a resolution that is symbolic. And I understand the pragmatism of this resolution, but it's already been 8 months. I don't know if I could stand another meeting for another 3.5 hours. We have quorum. Let's do it. What are we waiting for? We got elected, we got appointed, and positions of power to do something.
When you didn't have the numbers, you didn't want to vote. When you have the numbers, you want to vote. No, stop talking.
Biden is talking about ceasefire.
And please, I've been extremely respectful to all of you as the chair and the mayor of this meeting. And all I keep hearing is a back and forth dialogue when my colleague is speaking. We need to have, I'm sorry, at this point, I'm calling for a recess.
זה מה שהם עשו גם
At this point, we will now resume our special meeting for our Daly City Council on June 3rd. And we are on item number 24 that was moved up to item number 7. And for those of you that are watching, it is a resolution in support of peace and an end to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Once again, I want to thank the community of Daly City. We're about 3 minutes to midnight. It's going to be another day, the next day. But like I said, this just shows our community here in Daly City that really wants to share their passion, their commitment, their really the humanity that I know Daly City is rooted in, from being raised, going to Woodrow Wilson and all the public schools, hearing from a lot of the community members here around their stories, the stories of the diversity that we have in Daly City, and really just being able to speak here in our city hall. You know, I pride myself really around growing up in the city that's very special. And I think there's a lot of you in this audience that feels that. And so today, I know that there's different perspectives, but, you know, it really was important to hear from each and every one of you this evening. And so with that, I know that it's been a long evening, but at this point, I would like our city attorney, if possible, to bring up the most latest version of the resolution. And if there's any continued dialogue on this item, I know that I heard from my colleagues that we did deliberate for the first time on this dais. And then we heard from all of you. And at this point, we were going to deliberate again until I needed to stop the meeting because there was an interruption. I believe in our community here that we will be able to discuss as a council and have no interruptions. I think the premise of this was really around the lives, the devastation that is happening in that part of the world. And I hear it from everyone that we do not want any more children or families dead. So today, I know that my colleagues took some time to work on this. I feel like there is an opportunity for us to continue the dialogue, allow us to dialogue and deliberate on this matter. Thank you. I see Councilmember Proaño's on. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Dasmagwal, do you want to continue your comments, or that's where we had to leave off.
I think a certain magnitude of urgency that needs to be acted upon, and that concludes for what I say for right now. I just want to hand it over to my committee member, Councilmember Proaño.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Proaño.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember and Vice Mayor Rod. So in listening to everybody's comments and just rereading what we have written, I'd like to make a recommendation. If you bear with me, the whereases do not have numbers, but I counted down to the 10th whereas. And I propose we remove the number 10, whereas on January 26, 2024. And I don't know if you can put that up, Rose. And
We're
it
gonna get
talks
it
about
up.
the International Court of Justice, ICJ. And it says issuing a ruling stating, well, anyway, if you could put that up for me, is that something you can do, Rose?
I don't have the capability, but we're gonna get
Okay,
access to
may
it
I
pretty
read
soon.
it then? So I'm proposing that we strike the number 10, whereas on January 26, 2024, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, issued a ruling stating that Israel take all possible measures to prevent acts of genocide against the Palestinians and to facilitate the entry of much-needed humanitarian aid. The ICJ remains deeply concerned about the continuing loss of life and human suffering and is committed to promoting peaceful resolution to the ongoing conflict. The reason why I'm making that proposal is because if we move forward on our second to the last, be it further resolved, I am proposing rewriting the last, be it further resolved. Currently, it has the city of Daly City joins the other cities in calling for our national government for an immediate and permanent bilateral ceasefire in Gaza. Unconditional release of all hostages and civilian prisoners and restricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza and the full restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza and negotiations of a permanent, just solution to the conflict that results in lasting prosperity for all by affirming all parties' right to self-determination and peaceful coexistence. And I'd like to explain why. Because President of the United States has issued pretty much those words, his three-step plan. And so instead of we saying it, we are what I'd like it to say, if you would hear me, is the Daly City Council does hereby agree with the United States by urging the UN Security Council to support the three-step plan presented by President Biden. That would cover everything that we were talking about in those two paragraphs, and it would show that we are in agreement. So instead of demanding, we are saying we agree with what President Biden proposed, and we are still getting those three steps. And so that is my proposal to my fellow council members.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Proaño. What I'm hearing is on the whereas clause, and I think we do have it up on the
Up now,
screen.
thank you.
Thank you very much. You're saying whereas on January 26, the International Court of Justice issued a ruling that takes all possible measures to prevent acts of genocide against, so that will be strike because of the following statement that you are proposing in regards to President Biden's three-step plan. That's what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, and because his three-step plan covers pretty much what we were worried about there, and our second to the last, be it further resolved, it covers both of those sections. But then we are following what the President of the United States is working towards, which ultimately, hopefully, is what we're all hoping for, which is a ceasefire.
Okay. Thank you for those amendments. I'm okay with those amendments in regards to that because that just recently happened in regards to President Biden's plan, three-step plan. And so I'm amenable to that in regards to the amendments that you're proposing. I just want to say that I'm amenable to that. Any other comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Proaño,
I want to first comment, I think that's genius because we're here tonight and I talked about specifics earlier. One is the ceasefire, bilateral ceasefire. One is humanitarian aspects, and the other is the release of hostages. And in reviewing the three-step plan by President Biden, it addresses all three in different stages. So I think that's genius that you brought that up. I like to also consider, be it, this is on the last page, it becomes redundant in the sense of be it further resolved, and that's the one before the end, that the city of Daly City joins other cities in calling for our national government for immediate and permanent bilateral ceasefire. Well, if we're going to support President Biden's plan, it would not be any need for that particular paragraph. So I would ask that we remove that as well.
Correct.
Okay,
Part of-
all right.
part of it- Yes, through the chair. That would, what I was saying was all of that would be removed and replaced with the one paragraph, the Daly City Council does hereby agree with the United States by urging the UN Security Council to support three-step plan presented by President Biden. So all of that would be stricken and replaced by these words. So you're absolutely right.
All right, so for the record, I would support that change and subsequently would withdraw my previous comment I made at the beginning of this meeting, was that we support our government, but we would not make any specifics as to what we support, but this definitely will I think, achieve handling the three particular areas. So if we were to make those changes, I would still give consideration to having a full council here to receive an updated draft, and then we can move on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that there's a concurrence in regards to the amendments that's stated here this evening in regards to the updated resolution. And then, Madam City Attorney, you have all of those changes that
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Perano mentioned. I think it's also in that regard. And so with those changes, I know that there is, at this time, we've done a lot of conversation on the dais, and there's obviously some amendments here. And now I'm going to ask the will of the council in regards to hearing this item this evening. That is what I'm going to be asking the council today. I think that there has been some substantial changes in regards to the resolution. And I just want to ask my colleagues in regards to hearing the item continuously today or at another time. I know that a lot of you have been here for quite some time, several times. But I'm hearing from my colleagues there has been these changes, and it's those changes have been affirmed with my support, and I hear the affirm support of also Councilmember Sylvester. So I'm going to ask for some, to see if we have a consensus to hear this item, given all the work that has been done this meeting. as well as the public input from our community. And I'll just ask my colleagues just in a general direction at this point. Vice Mayor, I'd like to know what your direction is. I think I hear from you, you'd like to hear this item this evening. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. I
Okay.
think that there's been an outpour from our community with substantial amount and hours worth of testimonial upon layers and layers of conversations and layers of input. I think we cannot move this another meeting. And I think that we need to move on this resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to hear from Council Member Praño.
I also agree that we've discussed this to the point where I think it sounds more doable, and I would like to see it go to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Council Member Praño. Council Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You said one word before we're canvassing the council, and that is substantial. And I would not feel right unless we allow the full council to chime in. We have put this matter over, and I think we are so close now that tabling this matter for another meeting, just for courtesy's sake to another council member who is not here, would definitely be appropriate. So I'm for having the full council vote on this as we had not really, I don't know if we really promised at the beginning of the meeting, but what we did agree on at the beginning of this meeting was to have dialogue, which we've never had dialogue before in open forum. Now we've had it, and to vote on this matter without a full council, I feel is not basically courteous of one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. I'm sorry, what was that? Thank you for that, Council Member Sylvester. As far as process-wise, in regards to this, what would be the next, I would say meeting? I think we have heard from the public. I think we have a version of the resolution. Of course, it can always, have more dialogue on it. I did afford the opportunity to Councilmember Praño, but I will say this, I think, can you explain, City Attorney Zimmerman, in regards to hearing this item? We're hearing it today, but I'd like to know what that entails, if there is a continuation, if.
Sure. At this point, council has deliberated and you have heard all the public comments with regards to this item. So the council has two options. Council member, any of the council members can make a motion to go ahead and approve this agenda, this motion, this resolution, and put it to a vote, or the council can move to continue this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting, anticipating a full council for the vote. At that time, if this motion is continued to a new date of the council, because it's a continued item, you are not required to have a full public comment on this item. It would just go to a vote since that already has been deliberated.
Okay, is there a question that you have? Does anyone have any other questions? My colleagues?
No, I don't have
Go ahead, Councilmember Sylvester.
Chair,
Thank you very much. So for clarification, Madam City Attorney, if we were to continue this matter, just to offer the revised draft that we have agreed upon, so I would take this as a second reading to which we would, even though it be agendized, but it'll just go up for straight up approval, no further comments necessary. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did get that right in the sense that it's because it's continuing this item that's already been on the agenda.
Thank you. That's all I have.
May I through the chair? I appreciate, I sincerely appreciate Glenn's observation and point. I would say that there's never a guarantee to have full council. I believe that this resolution, as we have suggested amendments, will hopefully give both sides closure. And I humbly request that we take it to a vote.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Praño, for your comments. Councilmember Sylvester. There is substantial work that has been done. I think it is because it was your amendments, Councilmember Praño, and really trying to find a balance, hearing from the community, all of our community. I know that you actually was able to speak with everyone in the community. And I know that you've come into council in really trying your best to hear from everyone. And so with that, I think with that, I hope that my colleagues here, and I know you're asking Councilmember Sylvester to support that because of just how much time and effort everyone has given. And there is no guarantee for the next meeting. We've been in dialogue and hearing from all community members for 3 months now. And even to the point where we have our president, Biden, who we're now including in this resolution that has a 3-step plan. And so there's a lot of, I think, as you mentioned earlier, it was a lot different from the rendition prior, and a lot of, I think you're saying, what you were trying to say is like, there's even changes on a national level, international level, where the leadership has taken a role. I know you weren't indicating that earlier, but I think even through our dialogue and through the amendment that Councilmember Praño put through, I think there's an alignment with what you were saying in regards to where we're at today and this evening. And for me, I know each and every one of you, all of you have families. All of you have families, and we're here. It's now another day. And so I feel like we have taken so much time, and it's okay that we took so much time because it's, what our community is talking about and cares deeply about. But I also feel that what Councilmember Praño and really at this point where Vice Mayor is saying, we're in a good place. And I hope that Councilmember Sylvester, I know that Councilmember Prano was hoping to see if that you would agree to seeing this through.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perano, you said you said something in your comment that makes me feel different. In other words, to change my mind. And what you said is we don't have control. Tomorrow is promised to no one. And you are absolutely correct. And we have the community here, as you made mention, Mayor, and how much time we have spent on this. Why should I delay this? So with that given said, you all make a compelling case, and I would be more than happy to acquiesce and move forward on this tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we do have a consensus this evening. We will be voting on this resolution with the amendment that our city attorney does have in front of her. Once again, with the community, each and every one of you that are here, thank you so much for sharing with us each and every time. It's time to make a decision. I know that, like I said, each and every one of you have families at home, and like you're all here. And so at this juncture, we're gonna hear the item with the updated resolution. And so I'm entertaining a motion to item number 7, resolution in support of peace and an end to humanitarian crisis in Gaza, with the amendments that Councilmember Prano mentioned, which I'm in support of. At this time, I'm entertaining a motion to push this resolution. Do I have a motion?
I will make the motion.
Okay, I have a first from Vice Mayor Dasmagwal. I will say that given the fact that this have been 2 people that have put a lot of effort and time into this in the past month or so, or month and a half, I forward that opportunity to Councilmember Prano.
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. And now, may we have roll call, please?
Dr. Rod?
Before I make this vote, may I have a chance
course.
to make a statement?
Yes, of course.
So I want to thank all of you all the community members that have attended tonight's meeting and sharing your insights and concerns. This historical ceasefire and humanitarian resolution in Gaza has been months in the making. I called for this back in December of 2023, and I've regularly stated my position over the past several months. Within this time, I've had Palestinian and Arab students emotionally share their long history of resisting settler colonialism and their displacement from their homeland before and after October 7th. I have witnessed ethnic studies colleagues who have been doxxed and have endured emotional, psychological, professional, and financial harm via hate mail, gossip, negative press, the loss of contractual work, blacklisted and defamed. I have friends and family in college and university encampments throughout the nation who have been organizing, mobilizing, who have been arrested by standing in solidarity with the people of Palestine. I have seen the faces of disappointment and determination for community members who have attended council meetings throughout this county and especially in Daly City for a ceasefire resolution. You have been patient, persistent. You put your lives, reputations, and bodies on the line to call for an action. This collective risk embodies what the late South African leader Nelson Mandela expressed. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. Today is the day where we have the chance to voice our position and say enough is enough, and to call on my colleagues here on the dais, at the county, the state, and federal levels to take a stand. This resolution is a minimal step, but an important stride in ending this genocide and stand in solidarity with the rest of the world to end this violence for peace, love, and hope. Before we vote, I want to thank Mayor Manalo for putting together the ad hoc committee. It consisted of myself and Councilwoman Perano. I want to thank our city manager, Tom Piccolotti, and our city attorney, Rose Zimmerman, for giving us all the information for all the different sides, all the different perspectives from up and down this county, from across the nation, up and down this state. I especially want to thank Teresa, who was thrusted in this position from day one and taking the necessary steps by meeting with various community members to help shape this resolution. I hope our council recognizes the historical significance in demanding for an immediate and permanent bilateral ceasefire. I am hopeful it passes, but no matter what the decision, this is not the end-all be-all for me, but the continuing fight for freedom and liberation for all historically oppressed people. I want to end with the words of the late Palestinian-American scholar Edward Said, who expressed, "The long goal is the same for every human being, that politically he or she may be allowed to live free from fear, insecurity, terror, and oppression, free also from the possibility of exercising unequal or unjust domination over others. Hands off Rafah and free Palestine." And with that, it's affirmative yes.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Dasmagwal.
Ms. Perano? Would that be a voice vote yes, Ms. Perano?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sylvester?
Before I make a vote, I'd like to offer a comment, but I'll make this very, very brief. I can look around in the audience and I can see the ecstatic feelings on folks here. Whether you're silent or very jubilant, what I see is a community coming together and the basis to start. It does not end here. No matter what the past has brought within the United States and what the United States have done, I'm proud to be a part of the United States. And as we move forward, let's remember the land of the free, home of the brave. Thank you all. Thank you to all my colleagues. Thank you to the ad hoc committee, because I know it wasn't easy. And I don't know the secret to success, but I do know the secret to failure, and that's trying to please everyone. But we didn't fail tonight. So hopefully, as we move forward, let us not forget that a collaboration of all of us together can unite us even stronger. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Ms. Manalo?
Thank you so much. Before I vote, and I'm going to be voting yes, and that's why, yeah, I pushed with hearing this today. I just want to say deep gratitude for each and every one of you. You've shown me really how blessed I am to live in the city of Daly City and to have community that is so strong, like each and every one of you. Speak your truth, and really be able to show what humanity looks like on the local level and care deeply about others around the world. And I just want to say thank you because I know it hasn't been easy to come into these spaces that are usually not the spaces that we are in, such as government or in seats where we're at. And I just want to say this moment with everyone, I feel that we have hope in our community, be able to build, but this is the process. This is the democratic process we moved through, although it took several meetings. And I just want to say thank you. I am really honored to lead in the community and the city of Daly City. And yes, yes to peace, yes to no more children lives being taken. So this is a yes because we stand for peace, and we stand for peace across the board. And so to each and every one of you, thank you for your perseverance, your resilience, and for speaking truth to power. So
Through the chair.
thank you very much. We are now moving on to, thank you everyone.
Thank you for
Yeah, of course.
okay with this? You okay with this?
We'll make it work. Yeah.
It's 90% there.
Well, thank you for coming to our
I
meeting.
can see you smiling over there.
I just want to say thank you for coming to our meeting.
Oh, she did. She did. Yeah. Right. Right. Right.
Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate for you coming. That's fine. That's fine. I do have the freedom to speech. This is America.
Okay.
Good night. Good night. Thank you so much.
At this time, if we may, I think we're gonna take a short 5-minute recess. It's fine. We're back from recess. Let's wait to see if Councilmember Prano is back on.
I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's move on to item number 7, the approval of, well, actually, we moved that to item number 8, but for the agenda, moving on to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of May 13. I move to approve the minutes for regular meeting of May 13. Do I have a second?
Glenn
I'd like to
Sylvester,
make a second.
Oh,
Okay.
you got two. Okay, great.
Either way, I'm okay.
It's all all 3 of you said at the same time. We're getting it done right away. I have a second. All in favor? Oh, I think I could do voice vote for minutes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Glenn Sylvester, second.
And then I have a first and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Now moving on to the consent agenda. With the consent
I
agenda,
think we just did that, madam.
oh no, I did just approval of the regular agenda. I just did the approval of the agenda, and then we approved the consent agenda. Yeah, so right now we approve the agenda. We do not have any public appearances or oral communications. I just have to ask. Seeing none, thank you very much. Now moving on to the approval of the consent agenda. In regards to the consent agenda, I'd like to actually pull one item on the consent agenda. It's item number 16, reappointment of the Daly City Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee members. With the exception of item number 16, I move to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a first?
I'd like to make a first.
Okay, do I have a
Motion.
second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 16. Item number 16 is our appointment of the bicycle pedestrian, our BPAC. Thank you so much. We have Director Chu. And I pulled this item because we have someone or a couple people that have actually stayed over the midnight hour with us and their dedication. So I'd like to acknowledge that we do have BPAC members in the audience. We have Rachel Goodman, and then we also have Alan Oy, who are here with us. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that they are here and they're willing to go for their reappointment on such an important advisory committee for our community. And so, Dr. Chu.
That being said, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 16.
Okay, I have a first, and then I'll second that. And do we have roll call, please?
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Teresa Perano, aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And thank you for committing to serve again for our Daly City BPAC. Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to item number 23. Approve exception to the 180-day waiting period to hire a CalPERS retired annuitant Teresa Abrahamson in accordance with the Daly City Code Section 7522-5.56 and 21224. Oh, you're not Natalie. Oh, it says
Director Fiscal is
okay.
sick this
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, Director Nevin.
Thank you. Good morning. For item number 23, staff recommends that the City Council approve an exception and adopt a resolution authorizing the city to employ Teresa Abrahamson on a temporary part-time basis as a retired annuitant sooner than the 180-day waiting period after a CalPERS retirement. As background, this item was initially placed on the consent calendar on the May 13th council meeting agenda. Due to CalPERS regulations, the resolution for this item must be passed as an action and not a consent item. All retirees are subject to a 180-day waiting period from the retirement date of a CalPERS member. If the city should need them to start prior to the 180-day waiting period, a resolution is needed to waive that waiting period. The Finance Department would like to employ Teresa Abrahamson on a part-time basis, providing expertise in the implementation of an enterprise resource planning system, or ERP, and project management. Teresa Abrahamson retired with the CalPERS agency effective March 6, 2024, and has extensive knowledge and experience with the implementation of ERP systems. The Finance Department has a critical need for Teresa Abrahamson's services immediately and is requesting to hire Teresa as a temporary part-time employee as soon as CalPERS approves the employment. Funding for this position is included in the fiscal year 2025 budget request. And staff is recommending that the City Council approve an exception to the 180-day waiting period to hire CalPERS retired annuitant Teresa Abrahamson, and staff is available to provide any additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, do my colleagues have any questions or comments? No, seeing no questions on comments on this, may we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
Glenn Sylvester, motion.
Okay, we have a first. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Vice Mayor. May we have roll call, please?
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Ms. Perano,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Manalo.
Aye, thank you very much. Now moving on to, oh, is there more? Oh, no. Item number, now we are on item number 25, council committees and reports. Are there any council are there any board commission appointments at this time?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none. Any council committee or city council reports?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'll make this quick. So on May 23rd, I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. Just some highlights. One highlight is the San Mateo Community College District. They voted to leave direct access and join PCE as starting July 2024. The Citizens Advisory Committee, they focused on a new strategic plan that encompasses building electrification programs, transportation, electrification programs, market strategy. They also, in the meeting, they did like a one-year evaluation for the DEAI in terms of the results, which I was a part of and created this DEAI process with PCE. They said that there have been 44 actions total, about 80% are complete, and the progress of, 80% are complete or in progress, and 20% has not yet started. One of the actions that they're trying to do right now is enhance their DEAI in the application and interviewing process, training and hiring, tracking diversity metrics for recruiting, hiring, promotion, and internal transfers, add preference for candidates who are fluent in PCE priority languages to job announcements and customer-facing team status, and it's not yet completed. And I'll save the rest of my updates for the next council meeting.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for those updates with your committees that you're on. Are there any other city council committees? Seeing none, or council committees? No, seeing none, okay. And how about city council? Any comments on city council? Okay, I won't go through my extensive list, but I will just say a couple items from the last meeting until now. I had the opportunity to swear in Planning Commissioner Tom Norris as our newest Planning Commissioner. also went to support the 125th anniversary of the Chinese hospital in San Francisco, which they have a medical building here in Daly City. Also went to support the Jefferson Elementary School District Student of the Year, as well as I know that Councilmember Prano was there. And then the Franciscan part cert pancake breakfast that I know that Councilmember Prano and Councilmember Sylvester's were there with our firefighters and police. I also want to say congratulations to all of those that were inducted into Daly City Sports Hall of Fame. There was also the Asian American Pacific Islander Fest at Classic Bowling. There was an opening for arts and culture with a local artist, Chris Gray. Congratulations to the Arts and Culture Commissioners. And our Daly City Age-Friendly Task Force wrap-up. We do have a plan that we approved as a council to implement the ideas and feedback. And I will save the rest for next time we convene. I will now pass it over to our city manager to see if he has any staff reports. Thank you very much. Now we are at the end of our meeting, and I will hand it over to Councilmember Praano. You're on mute, Councilmember Praano.
Thank you. And we're doing in memoriam, may I?
Yes.
Very good. And so a past employee of City Daly City, her mother passed away. Rosa Padilla was in the city manager's office for a number of years where she retired. I grew up living next door to Rosa until I was 12, and I knew her mother. Her mother was Maria Barba. She passed away on May 28th, 2024. She lived in Daly City for over 62 years, where she and her husband Andres brought up her family. She's predeceased by her son and her husband Andres. She leaves behind her loving and devoted children, Rosa Padilla, Carlos Barba, Sonia Barbara, and Sandra Esquivias, and her grandchildren. And I remember going over their home, and when we go the backyard way, we'd be in her kitchen, which was great because she was always cooking something yummy. And she was a beautiful lady, and I know she will be greatly missed by her family. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Praano. At this time, I would like to also adjourn in memory of Simeon Guevara, which is Annabelle Guevara's father. Deepest condolences to their family. Also, would like to adjourn in for the father of Karen Park, our recreation services specialist, and also the grandfather of who is Robert Anderson, the grandfather of Public Works Maintenance Supervisor Chris Carr. And I will reserve the other adjourn in memory for our next meeting. May we all have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you.